Friends. My name is Chung Daun. I will serve as an MC for today's conference. It is my pleasure to meet all of you. Thank you very much. This Global Investment Attraction Conference was hosted by the Gwangju Free Economic Zone, which was opened in 2020 January. It is designed to share the strategic strategy and to facilitate the attraction of investments. So I believe it will contribute to the expansion of the brand and promotion. And the Splash 22 is now supported in this conference to facilitate the startup ecosystem in this region. So I believe we can see various startup participants in this conference, and they will have free discussion as well as presentation to share their vision. And during this conference, I look forward to your active interest and participation, as well as a big round of applause. And before the main session, we will have a opening speech of Commissioner Kim Jin-chul of Gwangju Free Economic Zone. We would like to invite him with a big round of applause to the stage. This is early morning, and we are now beginning the session. And in particular, the typhoon is approaching rapidly. In this situation, we are now hosting this session. Good morning. My name is Kim Jin-chul. I'm Commissioner of Gwangju Free Economic Zone. This conference was hosted to design the industry and innovation. Under the theme, 17 institutes and 3 agencies are participating for 6 sessions. And we will now begin the session. Today, we prepared various sessions, and I hope that this will inspire you, and we hope that we can help you through this conference. Then, with this, we would like to begin 2022 Global Investment Attraction Conference. Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. It was Jin-chul Kim, Commissioner of Gwangju Free Economic Zone. Then, we would like to begin the main session of the 2022 Global Investment Attraction Conference. This is the first session.
Now, the first session is carried out by Sales Representative Kim Byung of Dassault System Korea and Director Yu Byung-jun of Alten Korea under the theme of Virtual Twin-Based Future Mobility. We will first listen to the keynote presentation and then followed by discussion. And now, let me invite Sales Representative Kim Byung-gun of Dassault System Korea. Please give him a big round of applause, and I would like to invite him to the stage. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am sales representative responsible for mobility sales department. I am Kim Byung-gun from Dassault System Korea. And I'm very happy to be invited to speak before you, and I am actually opening the first session. It gives me great honor and privilege, and also I would like to give you an insight of what we are doing with visions to the industrial players and movers and shakers of the automotive industry participating today's conference. And actually, I would like to touch about what we have to be braced for and gear up for the future mobility, and how can we contribute to the improvement of the ecosystem. And also, we will have a panel discussion with our panel discussants. And the first slide deck shows the identity of Korea, Dassault System Korea, and would like to show you a video of our introduction. Yes, and this is a clear snapshot of what we are doing. And in 1891, the Dassault system was established, marking the 40th anniversary. And this is the commemorative video showing the role of our company. And actually, I would like to switch gear toward the future mobility, today's topic. So let me touch upon innovations and our strategies for future mobility. I will show the video as well.
And personalized experiences. From electric autonomous connected vehicles to bold new shared mobility options and services, driving a fundamental transformation of how we transport people and goods, unlocking a landscape of new profitable and sustainable opportunities. Dassault Systèmes' 3D Experience platform is the enabler, unleashing the next generation of vehicle innovators by enhancing the real world with the virtual world, connecting and simulating the entire life cycle and extended supply chain. From planning, design, engineering, and testing to manufacturing and experiencing through a single collaborative environment with full visibility, capturing vast shared intelligence, accelerating new exciting vehicles and shared mobility services on target with shorter cycle time, transforming the way the world moves by harmonizing product, nature, and life. In a future made possible by virtual universes, experience the future today.
Yes, actually, this is what future mobility looks like, and this is the video about our strategy. And actually, the future mobility is important, and electric vehicles or EVs or automotive vehicles are now subject of our transition for. And actually, there are several issues in the ecosystem. This is the first chapter I'd like to address before you. On the left side, there is a ESG management, and eco-friendliness is hot button issue today. And also Tesla's level 3 or level 4 are at the forefront of promoting self-driving in the mobility ecosystem. And OEM makers or legacy parts manufacturers and the incumbent manufacturers of vehicles. And recently, there are new service providers emerging, and there are a complex of convergence among organizations and companies and manufacturing, selling, and also its utilization and the provision of services. So end-to-end life cycle has been formed. So on the business perspective, the incumbent automakers and newcomers that start up to to produce EVs, and also with technology, Apple or Google. So these giant big tech companies are now jumping into the mobility ecosystem, and also we call tier one suppliers. And last year, there is a issues in supply of chips, which leads to disruptions of supply of automotives, and also these OEM providers, service providers, and also battery manufacturers. There are 6 categories of ecosystem participants and players, and those are now preparing for future mobility, and they are transitioning toward the EVs, and also they increase the battery capacity, building gigafactory, and EVs or automotive vehicle infrastructure are built, and through these activities, a variety of sectors are now unfolding for them to preempt the future ecosystem for future mobility. And now, what does future mobility requires us to do so? Actually, you are the parts manufacturers, and also you are companies seeking for investment and for startups. What we should to do for future mobility? The future mobility is not oriented by drivers, and actually, the future mobility will provide a new customer experiences. And second, going beyond the internal combustion engines, electrification and connected vehicles, and rather than driver driving, they those vehicles are completely going toward the fully autonomous vehicle, and there are regulations per country, and also there is a environmental regulation and ESG requirements as well. And also there is a growing issues of quality, and also we have to pursue cost saving. And not only that, in the past, we churn out vehicles with black, white, and gray colors. So actually now clients are showing a variety of preferences for colors and options. So they are seeking for personalized options, and mass customization and mass production are new ways of production unfolding and transpiring. And also, we have to be considering the carbon neutrality and eco-friendliness. So, business in the future mobility should be toward direction of a
The
zero
automotive industry
neutrality.
players are on a mission to deliver sustainable mobility that meets the increasing demand from regulators and consumers.
And actually, going beyond the previous way of thinking, we have to think out of the box. So we have to build this kind of ecosystem for supplying
in a single environment.
vehicles.
This can be achieved
And as you can see in the past, the way we do for development should be changed to a virtual world. So we have to stay ahead of our competitors to produce our products and build trust.
accelerate a more sustainable future for mobility now on the 3D Experience platform.
So what I want to put emphasis on here is the 3D Experience platform. And this platform, the terminology platform, is a hot button issue in the market, but also in the preparation for mobility transition, those 3D Experience platforms will be a backbone for future activities. And first is about changes in designing future mobility. So future mobility is rapidly changing. And what about the changes in the vehicle design? So actually, I would like to invite Anakson from Alton, Korea to listen to his answer.
Good morning. My name is An Hak-son from Arten, Korea. In the future, when we design the mobility, there will be changes, and it is difficult to explain with just automotives. So in the past, it was the word of mobility. It was the word of automotives, but in the future, it will be the word of mobility. So I can explain this in four ways. First one is time. Second one is space, and third one is customized content, and the third one is the ownership of the design. Arten Korea uses the solution of Dassault system. So from the design of the solution to the production, we provide the end-to-end service. And in our design center, we have a video clip prepared, so we'll watch it together. Next, we will watch another video clip at the design center of our Korea. We would like to achieve the VR service for the future mobility.
AP 솔루션즈는 다국적 기술 컨설팅 및
AP
설계
Solutions
서비스
provide the
기업인 알텐그룹의 가족 회사로서
this is a subsidiary
특히
of the Art in
운송
Korea,
분야에서
and in the
디자인부터
manufacturing
설계에
and
이르기까지
shipping area,
원스톱
from
토탈
design
솔루션을
to
제공하고 있습니다.
the manufacturing, we
가구 및
provide
운송
the
분야 고객들은
one-stop service,
그동안
and
품평을
in
위한
the
로봇 제작에
processing
많은 시간과
and
비용을 들여왔습니다.
shipping.
실무를
There
한번
was
거치면서 업무
a
효율이
time where
지연되고
we spent a lot
다양한
of
변형을
time for
검토해
designing,
어려움이 있었습니다.
and there was a difficulties
반면
in
디지털
considering
모범을
all the
제작하여
design.
품평하면
However,
실물
when
모범
we
대비
review
제작
this
소요
mock-up,
시간이 매우 짧고
we can
비용도
reduce the
기존의
time
1에서
for
2%에
creating the
불과합니다.
mock-up, and we can
또한
also reduce the
다양하고
cost.
생생한
And
바리에이션을 쉽고
we
저렴하게
can
만들 수
easily
있을 뿐만
and
아니라
affordably
품평
create
후에 즉시
variable
적용해 볼 수 있어
variations,
업무
and we
효과와
can easily
효율이
apply
매우
this
높습니다.
during the review time.
이러한
So
장점은
it is very
최근의
efficient,
사용자 참여
and
개발
these
트렌드에도 잘
advantages
맞고
are
다양한 옵션을
suitable for
자신의
the
사용
recent trend,
환경과 매칭하여
and the users
검토할 수
can
있다는
match
점에서
this
개인함이
solution to
밥품 종
their
소량 생산
environment.
대응에도
So
적합합니다.
it is
도색
easier
작업은
for us to
오염을
respond
유발하는
to
공정이
small
없고 자원도 절감되기
small
때문에
number and
친환경적인
large
효과가 있는
variant
것은 물론입니다.
production, and it is also
그 밖에도
eco-friendly.
VR은 업무 교육,
On top of this,
스마트 공장,
VR can be
디지털
used
마케팅
for
등
smart
디지털
factory,
전환과
digital
미래 시장
marketing,
대응의
and
핵심적인
many other
역할을 할
areas.
수 있습니다.
So it will serve as a
모든
key role
데이터가 동시에
in the future.
양방향으로
And
시작부터
all the
끝까지
data from the
디지털로
beginning to
흐르는
the
디지털
end
전환에 있어서
will be
VR은
used in the
핵심적인
digital
요소입니다.
transformation, and VR is a
사용자를
key.
개발 단계로 끌어들여
Users
개인화된
will be
상품을
included in the
생산하고 또
development
그것을
process,
메타버스로
and
체험하며
it will be used
피드백
in the
받는 것까지
metaverse, and they
디지털
can
전환과
experience
VR은
this. So
이기적으로 하나가
VR
되어가고 있습니다.
and manufacturing process is becoming one. And now I will turn this microphone to Mr. Kim again.
As you can see from the previous options, and actually design sector in mobility is in its initial stage for development of future mobility. So what future mobility look like, and how the way of production and conceptualizing this is in this phase. And actually we built a mock-up. Rather than reviewing this mock-up, actually in a virtual environment, we will pre-review this design, and also we can review the mobility commercialized in the market. This is the first phase. And as you can see, and with solutions in R&D Center 5 years ago, this is a facelift view of mockup, and this is non-existent existing vehicle. However, we can pre-review the elements of design, and also this is a first step for us to start the next phase. And next question is about, as you can see, VR, AR, and new technologies are utilized to with the design aspects and interiors of vehicles, allowing us to the future customer experiences. So what about the changes in this sector? And I also like to invite Anak-san to the answer.
In the future, mobility technology will develop in various areas, and there is a smart mobility, remote mobility, and green mobility. So there are several keywords. When it comes to metaverse, it means the transcendence of the world. So the avatar of individuals will be used for work, play, and communication. Just like that, users will be in the metaverse, and they can also experience the VR mobility. So let's take a look at the current situation. So as you can see in the video, this is the VR center of our Korea, and we use the VR technology of Hyundai Motor, and we are reviewing the mobility.
So, and the next video clip is about designing the constructing facilities, and actually we try to provide and realize consumer-oriented experiences. And with VR, you can see the interiors of the vehicles, and also you can see the movement and adjust the movement on the site. And this is the instructor's view. Through VR, you can see and adjust or control the levers and systems in the interior of vehicle, and also you can experience inside the vehicle and tractor. And actually, now let me invite again Mr. Kim to the question.
As you can see in the video, we can go through the reviewing process, and we can go through this process without the physical cars. That's how we can go through the reviewing process in the virtual manner before we have the actual product. Moving on, in the driving environment, we also need to do the test. So how can we verify this in the virtual manner? I believe the autonomous driving car developers will do the physical test, but at the same time, they will do this virtual test because we don't have a good condition every day. So, for example, in the dark night or in the rainy day, we can simulate this in the virtual manner. There are so many dangerous factors in the real environment. So, in the virtual environment, we can simulate the unexpected situation, dark night and rainy day, and we can verify this in the virtual environment. Before I ask a question, actually, we were supposed to have another speaker on this topic, but due to his confirmation with COVID-19, he was not be able to be here. So I will give you the answer. So the question is, what will be the future mobility driving and what we need to do for future driving? In AD, autonomous driving, or ADAS, recently, there are many changes happening now, and not just the OEM companies, but also the owners of the cars make a lot of requests. And in order to respond to those requests, there should be time for testing, and there should be also the physical validation. And many countries are coming up with requirements and regulations. For example, if we need to do 1 million hours of test, it means we need to run the cars for 1 million hours. But if we recognize the virtual test and its efficacy, then we can use it for instead of the physical testing, and we can save the time. As you saw in the previous video from Alten Korea, we can also verify the infotainment, and we can also test this in the physical manner. It is called as a driver acceptance test. And moreover, on top of the ground vehicle, advanced urban mobilities such as AAM and UAM and drones and many other aerial vehicles and shipping mobilities can be expanded in the future. And as you can see in the slide, there is many method for validation, such as DIL, driver in the loop, and we can also validate them by hardware or module, such as a hardware in the loop, and we can also use the method called the vehicle in the loop. And there are many softwares mounted on the car, so we can also validate the vehicles with the software in the loop manner. In the past, we validated the hardware such as the parts and components. However, nowadays, a vehicle to grid or V2 infra such as V2X should be also validated. So not just the road environment, but also the sensors and the scenarios such as the unexpected bicycle or rainy days should be also analyzed, and all these should be converged together. That's why we need a tool. That's why we provide a scanner called CATIA scanner, and there is a virtual validation at the software level, and there is a physical validation. So we combine these two to validate the performance of mobility. And we can also watch some case videos. Now you're watching the road environment. We created the road, and this is a highway. Actually, we uh, simulated the actual highway in the lab data, and we can also validate software. And based on various scenario, when we look at various scenarios, we can validate the sensors, whether the car will stop. Second, we use a lot of software in the cars, so there are increasing number of ECUs. And among ECUs, there will be lots of communications, and data should be collected, analyzed, and predicted. Then the car will behave in certain way. So in multiple scenarios, we need to control the ECUs, and we also need to validate the scenarios. Third, as you can see in the video, when cars move, wheels and tires need to work together. So all these should be validated with sensors. So when the wheelbase moves, we also need to see how the cars will move. So these validation will be done physically and at the same time in a virtual manner. On the left side, you can see the actual driver is driving the car, but on the right side, we created a scenario and we are validating this in a virtual manner. So when there is a virtual person on the road, we test whether the car will stop in front of the person. Moving on. Now, cars are turning into future mobility, and the biggest change is the replacement of engine with the motor. And at the bottom of the car, the battery pack and module will be installed. So electrification is the biggest change, and the key is the battery. When we develop battery and manufacture the battery, how the virtual environment will help. As you can see here, the lithium-ion battery will be developed. Under this scenario, we can validate the chemical formula. So not just the parts and components of the cars, but also the electrolytes and ion in the battery, how they will react together, how we can speed up the charging, and how we can enhance the efficiency of the battery can be validated in the virtual environment. And when we mount this battery on top of the cars, we can also enhance the efficiency of the batteries. As you can see in the slide, future mobility, and when we turn into the EVs, it is the same. There are various parts and components. Eventually, there will be the suppliers and parts manufacturers, not just the OEMs. And after the electrification, how much parts and components will be required? Even though we perform the modularization, still, the number of the parts will be reduced from 20,000 to 7,000. Then, what should be our option? Maybe in the manufacturing process or development process, we need to make preparation. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to respond to the market change. And I believe we need to give more thoughts on manufacturing process. In the past, companies had their own factories, but when they design new factories, as you can see in the slide, there are line method and cell method. So this slide shows the combination of the line method and cell method. In the future mobility, what would be our manufacturing strategy? The topic of my presentation is virtual twin, and it will give the answer. When we create our factory, we need to optimize the factory, and we first need to understand the current situation of the factory. So with the 3D scanner, we scan the current factory, and we analyze the capacity and yield. So we first do the simulation to see how much it is easy to supply the materials. And in the manufacturing process, we also do the validation in a virtual manner. And we also see and analyze the pattern of the operators. And there will be newcomers, and newcomers will be trained by the experienced operators. So once we put the information into the simulator, then the newcomers will be trained with these virtual tools. And we can also manage the scheduling and SCM planning through this virtual product. So these are the area where we can perform in a virtual environment. And in the physical situation, there are many factors, other factors and variables. So we first need to establish this execution system, and there might be unexpected issues. So we first need to manage the issues, and we also need to understand the manufacturing environment to achieve the innovation. So manufacturing analytics can be done in a physical manner. So this virtual or cyber tools will be combined with the physical environment. That will be the future strategy. Also, from the consumer's perspective, as you can see in the dealer shop, there is a sofa, and dealers will provide the tablet PC, and this AR will be used so that the consumers can see and select the models or colors. Then they can see how it looks. As I mentioned before, there is a design element, development element, and manufacturing element, and a sales element. So there will be lots of changes. And as I mentioned before, Dassault System is a solution provider. And as you can see in the middle, surrounding the compass, there will be the collaboration and 3D design. And at the bottom, you can see the validation and analytics. So all these solutions will be provided in one platform.
As you can see, we provide step-by-step approach and activities, and we can say test the self-driving cars, or we can develop batteries, or we can prepare for production. And in this process, we have built partnership with startups and the global prominent companies as well. And actually, we are joined by many startup companies. And so actually, for Tesla, it starts with 5, and actually at the time when they started with 5 workers, we have partnership with the Tesla on your left side, Livian, Paradise Future, Nikola, and actually they are all listed in the US stock exchange market. They are our go-to partners. And last but not least, we will show you the video of how we prepare for virtual
Throughout
mobility.
evolution, instinctively, we have used tools, drawing, diagrams, models, and experiments to understand, to learn, to solve, to express, and to overcome. 3D modeling and computer simulation have revolutionized traditional drafting and trial and error testing, enabling us to tackle ever more complex challenges. This virtual world has remained largely isolated from the physical world. The virtual twin experience, this new concept, a virtual copy of a physical item, finally bridges the gap between the virtual and the real world in totality. Designers, engineers, and businesses tap into this potential to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the product development process. At Dassault Systèmes, we have taken this concept even further. The virtual twin experience, supported by the 3D Experience platform, is the world-leading solution, allowing ever closer alignment between the virtual and the real worlds. A virtual twin experience is made up of a set of virtual models that span a system in its entirety. Crucially, these models are all hosted on a single platform, allowing a range of stakeholders to interact throughout the life cycle of the system. Everyone is connected, accessing a single source of data through the lens of their own role. This is the exemplar of leveraging the virtual world to improve real-world operations. Dassault Systèmes has a 40-year legacy of innovation in the aerospace industry, which continues today as we deploy the virtual twin experience in the design, production, and operation of aircraft for the world's leading manufacturers. Whether the focus is advanced simulation of airframe structures for certification or solving the complex puzzles of air traffic control, the virtual twin experience provides the ability to rapidly explore potential scenarios, predict future behavior, and create precise solutions. The life-changing potential of the virtual twin experience is perhaps best seen in the healthcare and life science industries. Employing the virtual twin in the fight against heart disease has made huge leaps forward in innovation possible. The Living Heart project uses the virtual twin experience to facilitate collaboration. Together, teams develop highly accurate, personalized, virtual models of human hearts, removing the need for intrusive investigation, rapidly delivering new insights, and accelerating the approvals process through large-scale virtual testing programs. The virtual twin experience is transforming the construction industry globally. Government and private contractors use digital twins to improve design, construction, and operation of single structures to entire cities, as well as simulating the impact of planned projects on an existing location. Final commissioning of a large power station involves thousands of checks on equipment in hundreds of rooms, covering electrical systems, ventilation, and communications. By capturing the entire facility through the virtual twin experience, our clients generated a fully digital commissioning procedure. The complete virtual infrastructure is stored, managed, and accessed by engineers on the ground in real time, reducing commissioning time, identifying and mitigating risks, and bringing overall costs down. Manufacturing is revolutionized by digital twin technology. Factory setups can cost millions of euros. The most expensive time to fix design errors is after built-out systems physically exist. Digital twin technology allows the client, in conjunction with the design team, to visualize an entire factory, simulate its processes, outputs, and effect on the surrounding environment before ground is broken. Thanks to the virtual twin experience and the opportunities it affords, sustainable business innovation is realized across the full product lifecycle, allowing new business models to be explored which reduce risk and improve productivity. Unite the virtual and the physical world. Imagine and realize the future. A world of new opportunity awaits with Dassault Systèmes Virtual Twin Experience.
So this concludes my presentation. Our strategies for future mobility, our virtual twin strategies. And actually, we have prepared a lot, but there are some explanations that are not sufficient for you. So on the right side at the entrance, we established a booth. So if you have any question, please reach out to our booth, or if you want to have consultation or investment attraction, please visit our booth. Then you are able to listen to our explanations in more detailed manner. And this concludes my first session. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you once again joining me in giving them a big round of applause. The first session has been delivered by Sales Representative Kim Byung-gun and Anaksan from Alton, Korea. So we are well aware of the virtual twin-based future mobility. This concludes the first session, and at 10:55 we'll start the second session, and we will take a short recession. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? Shortly, we will begin the second session. So once again, may I have your attention? The second session will be commenced shortly. So please be seated. And at 10:55, we will commence the second session. Please take your seats.
We'll begin the second session. Please be seated. From now on, we would like to begin session number two. The session number two has a topic. The topic is Future of Animal Tech, Clean Tech, and One Health. And we have Mr. Kyung Kyum of AID Korea, Mr. Moon Sang-kwon of CJFEZ, and Mr. Park Gi-ju from Wijiwalk Studio. And first, we would like to invite Mr. Kyung Kyum to the stage for his presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning. My name is Kyung Kyum from AID Korea. You may be unfamiliar with our service, or you may be interested in this service. I would like to talk about ML Tech and Clean Tech. And as a CEO of AID Korea, I would like to talk about my company. We have the solution that manages the digital healthcare for animal based on AI. So I would like to talk about it. In the past, the animal market was continued for a long time. It was even in the Bible. So it's been a long time since the beginning of the industry, but it's been only several years since the digitalization. And I was specialized in data, and I believe that there will be big innovation in the animal industry. That's why I established my own company. First, I would like to talk about the industry. It has been continued for a long time, and until now, centered around the European region, there was a standardization of the cattle shed, and the commercial breed has been also standardized, centering around the European region. Recently, we realized that 95% of pig DNA is similar to the human DNA. So we believe that pig can be used for the human medicine development or the organ harvest. It has been standardized until now. However, we are now wearing the mask.
이미 이제 우리가 알고 있는 질병들도 있고 모르는 질병도 있습니다. 2019년도에 아프리카 돼지열병 ASF가 중국을 강타했습니다.
About 1 million pig have been lost, and it's been about 12% of the pig in the world. And the population has grown rapidly, and the protein will be in shortage. So the replacement of meat will be very popular in the future. However, due to the animal disease, now we can't expect that there will be protein crisis, and more than 5 million people are dying due to the antibiotics resistant issue. So the antibiotics is also very important. And there are developing countries and developed countries. And what is important is due to the animal disease, still the developing countries have low productivity. And in advanced countries, they use a lot of antibiotics to control disease, and they also use lots of labor. Surprisingly, in the animal industry, the monitoring system has not been digitized yet. And when you look at the farms, about 1,000 to 2,000 animals are managed by one operator. And when we manage them individually, we can easily tell whether they're feeling good or not. However, due to this limited system, sometimes they found the dead animal in 2 weeks. Then they also need to use the antibiotics repeatedly. So we came up with a solution called the Farms Plan, and we provide this domestically and internationally. In order to monitor the health condition of animal, we combined the AI and bioengineering as well as the veterinary technology. This is the system. First, we test the blood regularly to see whether the disease is infected, the animal is infected or not. And we also monitor them continuously, just like the autonomous driving. Let's take a look at the video. We would like to raise the animal in a better environment. However, with the human labor, it is not easy to monitor them 24/7. So, with the fourth industrial revolution related technology, we would like to help them. We are Farms Plan. First, Farms Plan installed the camera, and with the real-time monitoring, we monitor the signs, and we can also identify the yield the animals by monitoring their weight. And we also need to monitor the environmental variables. We can also manage all the environmental variables. And we analyze the IoT sensors to ensure that animals can grow in a healthy environment, such as the oxygen level or ammonia can be monitored in real time. What is most important is the health management of animals. The AID Korea provides the health and immune monitoring service. So we have the preemptive management system to ensure the healthy animal. And depending on the immune level, we can also predict the disease possibility, and we can tell the health condition of animal. This is not just health condition. We use the DNA testing and immune testing to provide a customized health service. And we also provide the digital service for managing the farms. And we can also provide the integrated analysis of data to enhance the efficiency.
우리는 이런 기술로 농가의
With this
비용 절감,
technology,
생산성과
we
품질
ensure
향상이라는 실질적인
the
이익을
higher
제공한다.
productivity, higher
항생제
quality,
사용량은
and higher
83%나 감소하여
efficiency
약품 및
and
사료
lower
비용을
cost.
절감할 수 있고 생산성은
By
30%
using
이상
less
증가하였습니다.
antibiotics, we
안전하고
can
건강한
reduce the cost
고품질
for
축산물 생산이
antibiotics
가능하게
by
된 것입니다.
85% and productivity will be
소비자는
increased.
고품질의 고기를
And
제공받게 됩니다.
consumers will
스트레스에 민감한
receive
돼지는 특히
high
항생제를
quality
투여할 때
meats.
스트레스를 많이 받아 코르티솔이
Animals
분비되면서
will be
육질이
stressful
떨어집니다.
when they receive
하지만 팜스플랜
antibiotics.
헬스케어를 받은
However,
돼지는 높아진
those
면역력으로
pigs
항생제
managed
투여를
by
최소화하여
farms plan
풍부한 육질과
can
풍미가
enhance
높은
the immunity,
고품질의 고기를
and we
제공하게
can
됩니다.
reduce the use
즉,
of
건강해서
antibiotics,
더 맛있는
and it
고기를
will
섭취할 수
affect
있게 되는
to the
것입니다.
cortisol level of pigs,
그렇게
and
우리는
it will
가축을
eventually
건강하게
lead to
기르고
high quality
농장의
meat.
생산성을
We can
높여주며
raise
우리의 식탁을
pigs
생각합니다.
in a healthier environment, and it will
우리의
be better
목표는
for our table.
원헬스입니다.
Our goal is One Health.
우리는 한국 축산 데이터입니다.
We are AID Korea. To be specific, we draw blood and we also test the disease and immune level, and we tell whether we can treat them or not, and we also predict the risks. And we also use the camera. We don't use high tech such as a radar or other camera. We just use a 2D camera to see whether there is any abnormal weight change. And through the monitoring, we share the data with the vets to manage the farms in an efficient manner. And we started from the pigs, and now our solution is expanded to chickens and oxes. And IoT system will be managed in an integrated manner. Eventually, the smart farm technology is about the installation of the machines. However, we also use various data such as the blood data or the immune level. So a real-time, high-level analysis will be completed. Eventually, we would like to reduce the cost, reduce the use of antibiotics, and reduce the cost for feed. And we also would like to increase the price of the products. We provide the solution to the farms, and we also do some B2B business with the shipping companies. And recently, the companies using our solution can be deducted in their insurance fees as well. And our goal is recognition of the consumers. So we created our own brand called Gully Jumper, and we are appealing to our
집부터
consumers.
데려와. 고기부터 구워주는 이 남자.
This person brought me to the house, and he grilled the meat.
나? 굴리점퍼.
I'm Gully Jumper.
남다른 축산 시스템으로
With the
남다르게 키우는
unique breeding system, we
자신 있는 것부터 보여주고 싶었어.
raised this meat in a
고기력이
different
남다르다.
manner.
굴리점퍼.
Our model is the actor in Squid Game, and the consumers will feel the high quality of the meat when they visit our platform. Among the commercialized solution, we are the only company that is number one and in the world, and we publish lots of paper, and we are expanding the market rapidly. We became global number one because we used the AI computer vision technology as well as the review of the veterinarian experts. And we would like to provide this solution even to the advanced countries. For example, 2 weeks ago, we were officially invited to the UK. UK is one of the highly advanced country in animal industry, and due to the COVID-19, many farmers have difficulties. And after Brexit, they also experienced a shortage of labor. So unmanned management is now required. That's why we were invited officially to spread this technology. And we also have an office in India. India is one of the biggest producer, and India cherishes cow. So we manage the health of the cows, and we also can sell the byproducts such as the feces and urine to the plant. So the byproduct from the farm can go through the data center, and we can analyze the data, and at the same time it can be used for the production of biogas. So I will conclude the introduction of my company, and we will start the panel discussion. The future vision of our company is managing the health of animal. They don't have management system yet, so we would like to apply our solution to those farms. There are many wine lovers, and depending on the management system, the price of wine can be different. So we are making effort to enhance the quality and price of the products by applying this management system. With this, let me conclude the presentation, and we would like to begin the panel discussion. We will talk about bioindustry and metaverse, how it can be applied to the animal industry. Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause once again to Mr. Kyung. We had a presentation now, and with Mr. Moon Sang-kwon from CJ and with Mr. Park Ki-ju from Wichiworks Studio, we would like to have a panel discussion. We would like to invite them to the stage. Mr. Moon and Mr. Park, please join to the stage. We have all three panelists, and please welcome them with a big round of applause.
And let me please hand over my microphone to them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So actually in the livestock industry, from the manufacturing phase, I will talk about how to manage the health of animals, and I also talked about how to create values. And in this panel discussion, as we can see from the slide deck, GHG emissions or the odor or manure can be resolved in an eco-friendly manner. And also digital twin technologies can be fully utilized. This is a labor-intensive industry. So when it comes to this, I would like to proceed the panel discussion on this issue. Can I get a controller for my slide deck? And please go to the next slide. And actually, we are joined by distinguished panel discussants. And actually, we have Mr. Moon Sang-kwon from CJ White Bio, and also Metaverse Pioneer, and a lot of CG content creator, Wichiworks Studio, Sendas Park Ki-ju. And please briefly introduce you, and let's begin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Moon Sang-kwon from CJ White Bio. Nice to see you all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Park Ki-ju from Wichiworks Studio. Nice to see you all as well. And actually, before we kick off panel discussion, White Bio might be unfamiliar to you. However, in our daily life, White Bio is applied, and there are many efforts made for application, and we have a video clip. And actually, there's a White Bio industry. It's about changing our materials on plant-based material, and this is a biodegradable plastics. And actually, the common sight we can see is a straws and plastic bags made of PLA, and this is made out of the plant materials, and this is made of corn. And also it is so actually with the certain conditions met, it is biodegradable within 6 months. And this is made of petroleum microorganism materials. So actually the plastic package of straws are biodegradable as well. So this is a plant-based material straw. And actually, what can be biodegradable? PLA, so which means actually we have a tea bag which contains plastics, and also it contains microplastic. Also, it is made of papers and plastics as well. And as you can see, PHA, it reads PHA, and this is a plastics by producing and utilizing the activities of microorganisms. It can be biodegradable on the land and on the ocean. Actually, the technology is only owned by the GJFEZ and other pioneering companies because it is very difficult to be achieved. However, the economic upscale is what you have already know. So why don't we replace all the plastics with these biodegradable plastics? And this is the end of the video clip that we prepared for. And actually, with regards to this, white bio and biodegradable plastics will be explained by Mr. Min. And white bio, as you can see from the previous video, is about the fermentation processing and thereby producing materials for plastics. And so plastics can be classified into biomass plastic and petroleum-based plastics. And also, whether it will be biodegradable or not, it can also classify the two categories of plastics. So non-biodegradable petroleum-based plastics and or biodegradable plastics, or biomass-based biodegradable plastics and non-biodegradable plastics. There are 4 categories of plastics. Of course, it's natural for us to create bio-natural and biodegradable plastic, which reduces the CO2 emissions, as well as it came into limelight because of its low emission profile. And PHA material, which was commercialized first by us, is made out of corn and biomass, and this also goes through a fermentation process. This is very naturally biodegradable. And PLA, different from this, we can utilize the land or ocean with these different conditions. Without any conditions, our PHA can be biodegradable, even at home as well. And so when we listen, first the plastic, the recyclability, and whether it be biodegradable or not are all hot topics and concerns of all of us. So actually the large companies like CJ is a leading company in these technologies. And also our theme is clean tech and animal tech. So is there any add-on comment when it comes to the livestock industry? There is any applications in this industry? Actually, in the livestock industry on the ground, it consumes a lot of plastics. Because of its nature, single-use plastics are consumed a lot. And also, we have pay attention to disease control and prevention, which leads to increase in the consumption of single-use plastics. And also, there is a growing number of usage in a silage lab, and this is one of the representative single-use plastics. And this silage lab has a complexity here. And this lab's production and producers are agricultural, are farmers. However, the final disposal should be transpiring in the livestock industry. So the users and those who are responsible to dispose are different. And also this silage lab is subject to EPR system, so it should be recycled. There is no rewards for collection. However, this kind of lab can be stored but the storage condition is not good for eco-friendliness, and there is a fermentation process inside. So collecting this in a cleaner manner is not feasible. So this lab can be removed, and then also with the combination of manure, it can be fermented. If this is the case, then we can dispose this in an eco-friendly manner. However, the PHA plastics are biodegradable with no further conditions, so we can create this silage lab with our PHA, which leads to higher level of biodegradability. Fortunately, Korea has been well equipped with recycling system, and SKC is now collecting the silage lab, which will be recycled and then reproduce the useful plastics. There are many projects ongoing here, but as you explain, our livestock industry and those engaging in this industry are growing old, and also there is no industrialization in this industry. Given this nature, the the single-use waste management strategy should be set. And also UNFAO, according to the UNFAO, agricultural plastics and the review on sustainability is published. This is a report, and the microplastic can be easily dumped and accumulated on the ground rather than on the ocean. There is a telling example, and a large amount of single-use plastics are not disposed properly, and 12.50 million tons of agricultural plastics are not disposed properly per year. It is incinerated or abandoned. So mulching film or fishery net, and 80% of the silage lab are not recyclable. It rather buried under the land or are incinerated. So this kind of challenge should be met with a sense of urgency. So we have to increase our efforts to use this PHA as well.
Thank you very much for your detailed answer. As a matter of fact, when we drive the remote area, we can see this marshmallow shaped material, and this is actually very important material in the animal industry. And the owners of the farms should dispose this well. So we need to pay attention to this. And one more question. At the end of the video, the panelists said that with the scale of the economy, we can achieve more easily. So can you make a comment? As you said, this biodegradable plastic is more expensive than other plastics. But after the use of the plastic, we need to consider the cost of collection. And without the proper treatment, when they are disposed in the environment, it will be costly. So this biodegradable plastic is not that expensive considering all the costs. So the manufacturers and the government and the users need to pay attention to this and make efforts. First, companies like us obviously needs to make effort to reduce the cost and price. For example, you eat the steamed rice, pre-made steamed rice, and it is widely used. So the price of this container is only a fourth compared to 25 years ago, and it is miraculous considering the inflation, and it was made possible thanks to the continued R&D. So the workers in the animal industry also need to use the biodegradable materials, and the government also need to make effort. For example, the mulching film and fishing nets are now replaced with biodegradable materials. So for the single-use materials, the government can provide the subsidies so that it can enhance the accessibility. And recently, there are many support and R&D. So this compost is now being studied. And when we bury them with compost, then we can easily process them. So we need to pay more attention to this. You mentioned that we need to have more ideas and more support. So I will give you one more question and we will move on to metaverse issue. On top of what you mentioned, is there any other ideas you have? We have developed the materials, and with these materials, since last year, we commercialized it. So we are using the material for 제일제당, and the number of product line is also increasing. Recently, we are using this for food. For example, the canned ham label or the tray for the canned ham, and we are using it for the packaging materials and the dish and the drip seat that can remove the blood from the meat can be replaced with our material. So we are doing research. So soon, biodegradable plastics will be used more widely so that we can commercialize the product in the market. Thank you very much. In the production process, how metaverse and digital twin can be applied. We would like to have a discussion with Mr. Park. Mr. Park is the CTO of the research lab in the Wijiworks studio. And this July, a movie called Hansan was released. And the Wijiworks studio also participated in the movie project. And our company is also considering how we can manage the farms without people. So I would like to share some ideas and we will begin the panel discussion.
So actually, Mr. Park, we have prepared 4 examples. Is there any comment on the utilization of metaverse in the livestock industry? What is your take on this issue? Thank you. And actually, the metaverse is a complex concept. However, put it to put it in a nutshell, we try to increase the productivity with the digital technologies, and the convergence of physical and the digital world will allow us to link the virtual production to the physical product, so we can consume and produce things on the virtual world. And when it comes to digital twin, the Dazzle system presented elaborated on that issue. Also, there are clues that we can take for safer meat and with less consumption of antibiotics and the process of this production of this meat. We try to increase the productivity as well as also it's about education. And the previous speaker mentioned this in a detailed manner. All the things that you will see can be an issue on the agriculture industry. Let's say aging labor force or the anti-sentiment of production process. These are all social issues that should be resolved with our technology. In particular, increased productivity, education are the 2 pillars. So actually, the future technology, the metaverse is future technology. So it takes some time for those technologies to be fully commercialized on the ground. So after the education, it can be fully utilized and commercialized. Is there any comment? So actually, when it comes to education, there are some issues that are required on the production side. As Mr. Moon mentioned, there are social issues. So actually, when it comes to the waste, for producers and individuals, the issue of waste is not a big problem. This is a difficult to be solved. However, if this left unchecked, we might be in the situation of no return. And also, we have to change the cycle of production and consumption. And also, aging society issue means the labor shortage rather than shortage of labor in the production. Actually, this is a discontinuation of this transferring knowledge. On that note, metaverse technologies are helpful. Thank you very much.
So metaverse will be very useful technology. There is no doubt. However, still it is in the infancy and the technology is rapidly developing. However, the application to the industry requires a consensus. And in order to popularize this technology, how we can address this problem? Can you take on this? Maybe if we try something small, it is difficult to create big impact. In our company, we are doing metaverse business. And actually, this is not just the convergence of the physical and virtual worlds. So we try many things. For example, we created a virtual studio together with the Uijeongbu Metropolitan City Government. So when we do these trials in multiple times, then we can also expand the scale of the farms. In China, there was a news article. So from the consumer's perspective, this may seem creepy. However, IoT and metaverse and artificial intelligence technology should be applied. And if we create an impact, there should be a test bed. And we also need to develop many R&D technologies to enhance the productivity. So in my opinion, these trials are now taking place. With this, we can enhance the farms plan technology, and we can also export this to other countries. As a matter of fact, several days ago in China, they created 26-story farm for pigs. So it was a shocking news for many people. So when we consider the farm, we thought that it is individual level or community level, but due to the environmental issues such as the manure, now it is now becoming an industry. However, private investment is not enough, so biotechnology or metaverse technology require government investment as well. And correct and accurate data collection is very important to achieve the digitalization. So support is needed. And I would like to give you another question. As a matter of fact, the keyword metaverse is now creating a big buzz. And blockchain can be another keyword. And recently, many people have doubts whether blockchain can be applied in the real life and our daily life. So people also wonder whether this metaverse can be applied in our daily lives. So what do you think about it? Metaverse can be can mean many things. In my opinion, I believe the goods created in the virtual world can be used in the real world will be metaverse. So one of the goods can be the content. We play not just in the offline world, but also in the online world. And things are digitized and it is sold in the digital world. One example is online game. In this sense, I believe we have the potential for metaverse. So metaverse is already in the cultural sector, such as there is a play to one game, even though it is regulated in Korea, but in other countries, it is applied in, and people actually earn money by playing games. So I don't think this will metaverse will be achieved overnight, but we are just trying to enhance the productivity by combining the digital twin and the metaverse. And we would like to improve environmental issues such as the manure issue. So I believe it is very convincing. And the next step will be education. I would like to tell you about Roblox and education. Roblox is well known. There is a content called Roblox High School, and in the content, student will access the virtual world as a student, and teacher will access to the virtual world and serve as a teacher. So there are tests and there are club activities. Originally, the public education is based on the tuition and it is operating the school. However, in the Roblox High School, the students hire teacher. So the production and consumption is now changing in the education sector. There are many things happening in the virtual world, and it is the same for the education sector. So a digital twin and metaverse will be applied in the farm in the future. Then consumers may commission farmers to raise the animal they want to raise.
So actually, the existing production phase can be made more efficient, starting with education sector, and later we can remotely monitor the farm as well as transactions on the virtual world. So actually, we focus on production phase and the application of white bio and metaverse. And the next discussion topic will be like this. As Mr. Moon mentioned, we have this should be applied to the consumption level. This will be more relevant to you. And actually, biodegradability and biodegradable plastics. And what are the technologies of each country when it comes to consumption area? And as I mentioned before, also producing single-use plastics or distributing and packing the livestock meat. Rather than this, after the development of biodegradable plastics, the first usage of this is biodegradable plastics in the agricultural industry. So without spraying fertilizers, and this is a new technology of compost. And with these technologies in the livestock industry, once it is sprayed, and then it releases the pesticide in an incremental manner, and also it contains agents that animals are really hate, that animals really hate, and this is another area of our consideration. And in the livestock industry, where distribution and the packaging of meats are all in forms of frozen, so it consumes a lot of single-use plastics. So this can be replaced with biodegradable plastics so that it can contribute to the increase of values of our livestock products. And actually, as you can see from the slide, in tofu is some area that these technologies are applied. So it seems that the technologies can be applied in the livestock industry. And actually, there is a fresh meat or processed meat. And as you can see, there is a canned ham. And what about the packaging of processed meat? What is the applications here? Yes. And actually, to put it simple, actually the labeling is subject to the usage of biodegradable plastics, and now we are developing on the wrapping and packaging film of canned or frozen ham. So we are now working on these R&D activities. So within a few years, biodegradable plastics can be materials for packaging of canned ham. You can see these on the shelves of market. And actually, there are a lot of straw in the cafe consumed, and this also can be another area of application. And I would like to throw a question to Mr. Park. In the distribution sector, is there any applicability of metaverse technologies?
When it comes to the logistics and shipping, first people talk about blockchain technology. When it comes to the blockchain technology, we can have the log of the records. For example, we can apply this technology for the meat log, and in the POC area, POS area, we can also see the application of metaverse. Many people use metaverse for marketing purposes because the MZ generation are familiar with metaverse, and they're not just purchasing the goods, they also want to have experience. For example, they use a QR code. Camera is widely used, so with the QR code, they can see the history of the logistics, and various metaverse application can be found in the market. Thank you very much. Until now, we talked about the production and consumption area and the application of new technologies. And consumers are very interested in their options. So if environmentally friendly technologies are applied, then it can enhance and widen the options of the consumers. So I believe it will create an impact to the consumers and environment. So metaverse technology and environmentally friendly technologies will have huge impact. So in this sense, in the animal industry, that's why we believe that One Health is very important. Last but not least, I would like to invite the last comment from Mr. Moon and Mr. Park, and we would like to wrap up the session. Korea is one of the top countries in the IT technology, and at the same time, it is one of the countries having the top biotechnology. So by combining this IT and biotechnology, I believe we can have a tangible outcome. Thank you very much. IT technology has been contributing to the reduction of carbon dioxide. It reduced the traffic and it also enhanced the communication. So in the future, in the manufacturing sector, I hope we can see more convergence of IT technology. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation with this session. I hope we had an opportunity to review the value of food and the technology. And with this, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. The session was led by Mr. Kyung and Mr. Moon and Mr. Park. So this is the end of session 2 and the morning session. And we'll now have a luncheon session. Enjoy your lunch. And from 1:30 in the afternoon, we will also resume the session. See you soon.
미래가 말합니다. 광주에 투자하라. 미래형 자동차, 스마트 에너지, 생체 의료 산업을 4차 산업혁명의 핵심인 인공지능과 접목한 국내 유일의 인공지능 중심 경제자유구역, 광주 경제자유구역. 나는 오늘 국내 유일의 AI 경제자유구역에 투자합니다. 광주 경제자유구역. 여기 모든 변화의 시작을 이끄는 도시가 있습니다. 대한민국 민주화의 역사를 만들고 새로운 경제 패러다임으로 미래를 선도하는 글로벌 도시. 인간다움을 모든 가치의 중심에 두고 언제나 오늘의 변화로 내일을 시작합니다. 세계 탑10 성능의 슈퍼컴퓨터를 보유한 국내 유일의 국가인공지능 집적단지로 대한민국의 인공지능 산업을 이끌어가는 도시 광주는 세계적인 노사 상생 일자리이자 23년 만에 국내 완성차 공장인 광주 글로벌 모터스가 본격 양산에 돌입하였으며 대한민국 유일의 인공지능 중심 경제 자유구역 지정, 에너지 자립 생태계를 만들어가는 첨단 에너지 신산업 도시 실현, 미래차 산업 선도 도시로의 대전환을 위한 친환경 자동차 부품 클러스터 조성 등 상상하던 미래를 하나하나 현실로 만들어가고 있습니다. 국난과 불의에 맞서 정의로운 역사를 만들어온 의향. 광주는 아시아 민주주의의 상징이자 세계 민주인권 중심 도시로 우뚝 자리합니다. 아시아 문화 허브의 위상을 갖춘 예향. 세계의 문화가 모이고 교감하며 더 창의적인 문화예술을 꽃피우고 있습니다. 남도의 손맛을 지켜온 미향. 자연을 닮은 한식 고유의 멋과 맛을 통해 모두를 기분 좋고 살맛나게 하며 세계인의 열정을 품은 국제 스포츠 도시 광주는 다양한 국제 스포츠 대회의 성공적인 개최로 인류 평화의 가치를 드높이고 있습니다. 도심 국가습지인 황룡강 장록습지를 품고 있고 도시 안에서 천연 기념물들이 가득한 무등산 국립공원을 만날 수 있는 곳. 광주는 다음 세대를 위한 미래 환경의 가치를 알고 있기에 2045년 세계에서 가장 빠른 수준의 탄소 제로 도시로 한 발 앞선 미래를 향해 나아갑니다. 인간다움으로 세상의 변화를 선도하며 새로운 역사와 문화를 만들어 온 창조와 혁신의 도시. 여기는 내일이 빛나는 기회 도시 광주입니다. 시대가 말합니다. AI에 투자하라. 미래가 말합니다. 광주에 투자하라. 미래형 자동차, 스마트 에너지, 생체 의료 산업을 4차 산업혁명의 핵심인 인공지능과 접목한 국내 유일의 인공지능 중심 경제자유구역, 광주 경제자유구역. 나는 오늘 국내 유일의 AI 경제자유구역에 투자합니다. 광주 경제자유구역. 여기 모든 변화의 시작을 이끄는 도시가 있습니다. 대한민국 민주화의 역사를 만들고 새로운 경제 패러다임으로 미래를 선도하는 글로벌 도시. 인간다움을 모든 가치의 중심에 두고 언제나 오늘의 변화로 내일을 시작합니다. 세계 탑10 성능의 슈퍼컴퓨터를 보유한 국내 유일의 국가인공지능 집적단지로 대한민국의 인공지능 산업을 이끌어가는 도시 광주는 세계적인 노사 상생 일자리이자 23년 만에 국내 완성차 공장인 광주 글로벌 모터스가 본격 양산에 돌입하였으며 대한민국 유일의 인공지능 중심 경제 자유구역 지정, 에너지 자립 생태계를 만들어가는 첨단 에너지 신산업 도시 실현, 미래차 산업 선도 도시로의 대전환을 위한 친환경 자동차 부품 클러스터 조성 등 상상하던 미래를 하나하나 현실로 만들어가고 있습니다. 국난과 불의에 맞서 정의로운 역사를 만들어온 의향. 광주는 아시아 민주주의의 상징이자 세계 민주인권 중심 도시로 우뚝 자리합니다. 아시아 문화 허브의 위상을 갖춘 예향. 세계의 문화가 모이고 교감하며 더 창의적인 문화예술을 꽃피우고 있습니다. 남도의 손맛을 지켜온 미향. 자연을 닮은 한식 고유의 멋과 맛을 통해 모두를 기분 좋고 살맛나게 하며 세계인의 열정을 품은 국제 스포츠 도시 광주는 다양한 국제 스포츠 대회의 성공적인 개최로 인류 평화의 가치를 드높이고 있습니다. 도심 국가습지인 황룡강 장록습지를 품고 있고 도시 안에서 천연 기념물들이 가득한 무등산 국립공원을 만날 수 있는 곳. 광주는 다음 세대를 위한 미래 환경의 가치를 알고 있기에 2045년 세계에서 가장 빠른 수준의 탄소 제로 도시로 한 발 앞선 미래를 향해 나아갑니다. 인간다움으로 세상의 변화를 선도하며 새로운 역사와 문화를 만들어 온 창조와 혁신의 도시. 여기는 내일이 빛나는 기회 도시 광주입니다.
May I have your attention, please? Momentarily, we will begin the third session at 1:30, and we will begin the Global Investment Attraction Conference 2022. So please make your way into the prepared seats and take your seats. And actually, please turn your phones into vibration mode. And also for your safety and health, please keep your masks on throughout the entire conference. And also, we are now beginning the Global Investment Attraction Conference 2022 by Gwangju Free Economic Zone, which is now live streamed on YouTube. So please share this link with your colleagues. And may I have your attention, please? At 1:30, we will begin the Global Investment Attraction Conference 2022, hosted by Gwangju Free Economic Zone. So please turn your cell phones into a vibration mode. So once again, at 1:30, the Global Investment Attraction Conference 2022 will begin shortly, hosted by Gwangju Free Economic Zone Authority. Please turn your cell phones into a vibration mode, and foods are not allowed inside. Please, I'd like to ask for your gentle understanding. So we will begin the event momentarily. Please take your seats.
시대가 말합니다. AI에 투자하라. 미래가 말합니다. 광주에 투자하라. 미래형 자동차, 스마트 에너지, 생체 의료 산업을 4차 산업혁명의 핵심인 인공지능과 접목한 국내 유일의 인공지능 중심 경제자유구역, 광주 경제자유구역. 나는 오늘 국내 유일의 AI 경제자유구역에 투자합니다. 광주 경제자유구역. 여기 모든 변화의 시작을 이끄는 도시가 있습니다. 대한민국 민주화의 역사를 만들고 새로운 경제 패러다임으로 미래를 선도하는 글로벌 도시. 인간다움을 모든 가치의 중심에 두고 언제나 오늘의 변화로 내일을 시작합니다. 세계 탑10 성능의 슈퍼컴퓨터를 보유한 국내 유일의 국가인공지능 집적단지로 대한민국의 인공지능 산업을 이끌어가는 도시 광주는 세계적인 노사 상생 일자리이자 23년 만에 국내 완성차 공장인 광주 글로벌 모터스가 본격 양산에 돌입하였으며 대한민국 유일의 인공지능 중심 경제자유구역 지정, 에너지 자립 생태계를 만들어가는 첨단 에너지 신산업 도시 실현, 미래차 산업 선도 도시로의 대전환을 위한 친환경 자동차 부품 클러스터 조성 등 상상하던 미래를 하나하나 현실로 만들어가고 있습니다. 국난과 불의에 맞서 정의로운 역사를 만들어온 의향. 광주는 아시아 민주주의의 상징이자 세계 민주인권 중심 도시로 우뚝 자리합니다. 아시아 문화 허브의 위상을 갖춘 예향. 세계의 문화가 모이고 교감하며 더 창의적인 문화예술을 꽃피우고 있습니다. 남도의 손맛을 지켜온 미향. 자연을 닮은 한식 고유의 멋과 맛을 통해 모두를 기분 좋고 살맛나게 하며 세계인의 열정을 품은 국제 스포츠 도시 광주는 다양한 국제 스포츠 대회의 성공적인 개최로 인류 평화의 가치를 드높이고 있습니다. 도심 국가습지인 황룡강 장록습지를 품고 있고 도시 안에서 천연 기념물들이 가득한 무등산 국립공원을 만날 수 있는 곳. 광주는 다음 세대를 위한 미래 환경의 가치를 알고 있기에 2045년 세계에서 가장 빠른 수준의 탄소 제로 도시로 한 발 앞선 미래를 향해 나아갑니다. 인간다움으로 세상의 변화를 선도하며 새로운 역사와 문화를 만들어 온 창조와 혁신의 도시. 여기는 내일이 빛나는 기회 도시 광주입니다.
May I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? I am Jung Da-eun, announcer, and today's MC. Thank you very much for participation. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Now, without further ado, we will continue the afternoon session. And now, let me kick off the Global Investment Attraction Conference 2022 opening program hosted by Gwangju Free Economic Zone. And we have many VIPs here. So actually, we would like to listen to congratulatory remarks for the successful opening of the event. And first, we will invite Mayor Kang Gi-jung of Gwangju City, Director General Chun Jong-uk of Planning Office of Free Economic Zone, and Head of Korea Investment Korea Chang Sang-yeon, and also Executive Vice President Choi Ki-sung of Shinhan Bank. So first, we would like to invite Mayor Kang Gi-jung of Gwangju Metropolitan City for his congratulatory remarks. Please give him a big round of applause. And actually, it's my great honor to address before you, but actually this is of great honor for me. Actually, they put me in the middle of the event, so actually I think their respect for me. And actually, DJ Center is now a venue of Global Investment Attraction Conference 2022, which gives me a great honor and privilege. And Chairman Ko Young-ha is here for startup. Actually, if the President Kim would leave, then ICT will be a driver for Korea. Would have been driver for Korea's economic growth, and now this driver is made possible with the startup. And actually, after my running up for the mayor and being selected, after being selected, Hangul newspaper asked me, "What made you city mayor of Gwangju?" And there are a lot of projects for Gwangju Metropolitan City. So what is the most important thing that you'd like to implement? Without further ado, I said it's about startup. And actually, it's been 2 weeks and 5 days past since actually we have a startup promotion division, and also we renamed our department responsible for startup. And also I pledge that I would like to make an investment fund, or we would like to utilize startups by creating jobs. And also I would like to revitalize the local economy. And in the interim review, the startup division is in robust position, and also the many personnel and talents in other departments are redirected to this sales startup promotion division. And the Gwangju city is now gearing up for the new growth. And actually, the official review will be transpiring this week, but it gives me great power and energizing me. And actually, only 14 companies are here in Gwangju, registering more than 3.4 billion won of revenue. And also, we have created AI industrial complex, and also there are 3 and plus one additional free economic zone, and they are creating a lot of jobs, growing a lot of industry. However, still, Gwangju has weakness in startups in terms of size and depth. And then the answer is about startup. So we have to support your startup. We'll be pulling for you. And we have been joined by many investment companies home and abroad, as well as there are many investors who will serve as a bridging role participating into this event. And they spend their one day in Gwangju for participating in this conference. Thank you very much for your presence. And especially head of investment Korea, Chang Sang-yeon, and also the Lara Station is where I will be on a live streaming to promote our Gwangju local goods. And actually, Gangwon province products are corns and potatoes. However, I would like to promote AI and other industries, which are the strength of Gwangju. So I would like to become someone who promote Gwangju strength industry. And Director General Jin Jong-uk of Planning Office of Economic Zone is being here today. Actually, he should have been leaving this conference in the morning. However, he still remains. So actually, Gwangju and actually Director General has something asking for me to do to revitalize the Gwangju city. So I will do my best. And recently, under my leadership, there are many MOUs in Gwangju City, and actually MOU should be translated into the investment. However, it is not the case, so I would like to take a deep dive into the root cause of this. With the shortage of labor forces, or with the weak climate of investment, or weak MOUs, I would like to take a deep dive into the root causes for this. And also, free economic zone and the interaction division are and other officials who are putting their effort to attract investment. So actually, Gwangju is a city of democratization, and the other hand, Gwangju is a AI-based industrial and startup city, which as also I would like to build a infrastructure for those climate. So I hope you can put your high interest on this project. And despite the hurricane coming to us, but you are here, so I ask for you to have a fruitful discussion, and please feel the ambition of Gwangju City Mayor and also the CEO of DJ Center or other investors and investment economic divisions officials are doing and showing their ambitions to promote startups in Gwangju City. So now Gwangju is gearing up for the next path for creating new industries and startups, which requires establishment infrastructure as well as securing gateway for traffic volume. And there are rooms for improvement, of course. However, we'll be in rush to overhaul those that. And please be pulling for us, and please show your affection toward Gwangju City. And as you've seen from the video, please put your confidence on Gwangju in terms of investment. Thank you very much once again.
Please give him a big round of applause. Distinguished Mayor, I can see you working very hard. As you said, startups will be the strength of Gwangju, and I hope that investment will follow suit. Next, we will turn to Mr. Jin Jong-uk, Director General of Free Economic Zone Planning Office. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. I'm Jin Jong-wook. I'm the Director General of Free Economic Zone Planning Office at the MOTI. Mayor Kang Ki-jong and business people, it is a great pleasure for me to meet all of you. And Mr. Kim Jin-cher and all the relevant officers made effort. Thank you very much. And I would like to sincerely congratulate the opening of Global Investment Attraction Conference. It's been about 2 years since the designation of the Gwangju Free Economic Zone, and despite the short time, in relation to the fourth industrial revolution, there have been lots of investment and job creation, and future mobility and many other future plans and strategies have been established. So I would like to extend my appreciation to Gwangju City, members of the Gwangju Free Economic Zone, and the Commissioner Kim Jin-chul for their efforts. The government is trying to reshuffle the global supply chain, and in this rapidly changing environment, we would like to develop each region, and business need to make investment rapidly. In this sense, we are frequently changing our policies, and we also are trying to revise the laws on free economic zone. And by the first half of next year, we will create new free economic zone. So the framework plan is now being established, and the incentive for the companies entering into the free economic zone will be created as well. On top of this, 9 free economic zones will be concerted together. Gwangju Free Economic Zone is a place where we can plan the future. So for the potential startups and business people, there will be more opportunities. I look forward to your sustained interest in Gwangju Free Economic Zone. And there will be many case presentation of leading companies. So I hope that this will provide insight for you. And I wish you happiness and success. Thank you very much.
Once again, please give him a big round of applause. Actually, the core sector for the fourth revolution is AI, and we have been better equipped with AI-based content. This is the strength of Gwangju Metropolitan City. Thank you very much for your remarks, and we will continue the next remarks made by Head of Kotra Investment Korea, Jang Sang-hyun. Please give him a big round of applause. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Jang Sang-hyun from Kotra Invest Korea. And actually, I will read my script prepared for this event. And actually, Gwangju City and distinguished Mayor Kang Ki-jong, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to him. And through the Gwangju Job Creation Project, Innovative Gwangju creates a new climate for the labor and the management. And now, it shows the unique vision of AI-based industrial cluster, and they are preparing for the new innovation. And in order to do so, centering around the free economic zone, they are putting their best foot forward for attracting new investment, and as this investment is transpiring as part of these efforts. And actually, free economic zone was newly launched last year, and they provide infrastructure for investment attraction, and they offer know-how and investment attraction, and they are doing their part well. And for my part, consulting, IR for investment attraction, as well as other services will be provided. And we are also joining our hands together. And around the world, higher inflation, the Russia crisis, and the new resurgence of COVID-19 are presenting us with higher uncertainty. And at the same time, global value chain is now reshuffling. Digital transformation and carbon neutrality and transition are now transpiring as part of new paradigm shift in the industry. And also, economic uncertainty reduces the investment sentiment, as well as in the paradigm shift, there are many opportunities as well. And the industrial paradigm's transition is also bringing about changes in the investment attraction. On that note, AI, future cars, smart energy, and biomedical very relevant for Gwangju to attract more investment. Global FDI climate is very weak, and this year we successfully recorded more than 30 billion won. This is very robust record, and this is all attributable to the government efforts as well as efforts made by local governments and a continuous innovation will of existing companies. So for our part, as a Korea AP, we will secure the new engine for growth of Korea as well as thereby contributing to the local economic growth. And we will be always be pulling for you. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me to this important event. And my special thanks go to all the officials from Free Economic Zone for making this event possible. This conference will be an opportunity for Gwangju to serve as a AI-based city. So thank you once again.
Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much for investment and interest. It was the remarks from head Jang Sang-yeon of Kotra Investment Korea. And last but not least, we would like to turn to Vice President Choi Ik-sung of Shinhan Bank for the congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. My name is Choi Ik-sung, Vice President of Shinhan Bank. First, I would like to wish the successful opening of the 2022 Global Investment Attraction Conference. Gwangju is the leading city in AI, and this conference is designed to facilitate the ecosystem for startups. It is a platform for the future, and it is also about the blueprint for the future. So in this future-oriented meeting, Shinhan Bank is working together, so it is my great honor and pleasure. Mayor Kang Ki-jung and Mr. Kim Jin-chul, the Commissioner of Gwangju Free Economic Zone, I would like to extend my appreciation to all of you. The artificial intelligence industry is one of the representative industries in Korea. Future mobility, AI commerce, and AI-based startup ecosystem will be nurtured in the future. And in order to enhance the global competitiveness, regional government, companies, and financial institutes need to work together. The collaboration is very important. In particular, using big data, the artificial intelligence industry will upgrade the quality of life, and it can be applied to many areas. And it will also offer various investment opportunities. In accordance with this requirement of the time, Gwangju City and Gwangju Free Economic Zone will distinguish itself by creating the Convergence zone, and it is also nurturing the AI industry. April 21st, Shinhan Bank signed an MOU with Gwangju Free Economic Zone as a financial partner. It supported the successful hosting of this conference, and it provides the financial consultation to the relevant companies. And it will also provide practical support in financial areas. So I look forward to your active interest and participation. The Shinhan Bank has been promoting the joint work with our customers. If you want to go far, we need to go together. And if you want to go fast, we need to go alone. Under this, we worked together for the mutual benefit of customers and our company. And in Gwangju area, in order to create the ecosystem for startups as a financial startup, we will continue our active financial activities. Once again, I would like to extend my congratulations for the 2022 Global Investment Attraction Conference. And down the road, I wish Gwangju and Gwangju Free Economic Zone big success. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
So actually, for the successful opening of the today's conference, all the distinguished guests delivered their congratulatory remarks. Thank you very much. And also, please give them a big round of applause once again. Thank you very much. Without further ado, we will kick off the third session under the theme of creating local startup ecosystem. And we'll map out the local startup ecosystem joined by Chairman Koyonga of Korea Business Angel Association, CEO Lee Jun-eng from Baxel Bio, and also CEO of Jung Ji-sung from SOS Lab, and Commissioner Kim Jin-chul of Gwangju Free Economic Zone as a panel discussants. And Ha Sang-yong, head of Gwangju Creative Economic Innovation Center, will have an opportunity to serve as a moderator. Please, I would like to invite all of them onto the stage. And Chairman Ko Young-ha and CEO Lee Jun-eng from Baxel Bio, which is listed company, and CEO Jung Ji-sung from SOS Lab, and Commissioner Kim Jin-chul from Gwangju Free Economic Zone will participate in panel discussions, and the moderator Ha Sang-yong, head of Gwangju Creative Economic Innovation Center, will join as a moderator. Please come up to the stage. And Chairman Ko Young-ha and CEO Lee Jun-heng and CEO Jung Ji-sung and Commissioner Kim Jin-chul and Head Ha Sang-yong are all on the stage. So actually, let me hand over my microphone to the moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you all. And actually, many people are joining with us by giving a big round of applause. Actually, unexpected hurricane creates a lot of concerns. And actually, once again, thank you very much for coming all the way to Gwangju. And now we are kicking off the third session under the theme of creating local startup ecosystem. We have been joined by many distinguished panel discussants. But going beyond that, my special thanks go to all the participants for coming a long way to Gwangju. So before we kick off, we would like to listen to introduction per person. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Chairman Ko Young-ha of Korea Business Angels Association. Good to see you all. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am CEO Lee Jun-heng and co-founder of Baxel Bio. Actually, I am a professor of medical school in Jeonnam University, National University. Good afternoon, and I am a CEO Jung Ji-sung from SOS Lab, which develops radar. And nice to see you all. I am Commissioner Kim Jin-chul from Gwangju Free Economic Zone. Thank you very much. And so actually, Chairman Ko Young-ha needs no introduction. He is a pioneer in ecosystem of startup, and also there are two representative manufacturers of Gwangju, Baxel Bio and SS Lab, and also Commissioner Kim Jil-chul is joining us, and would like to talk about the local startup ecosystem mainly. So first, please allow me to walk you through the overview of local startups. And as Mayor mentioned, Gwangju City is in robust position to promote startups and steer startups in a successful manner. Actually, the tangible outcomes are yet to be witnessed. However, within 3 to 4 years, there will be a huge change, and now we are nearing the tipping point. And last year, and half of this year, first half of this year, and there is a TIPS designated company, and also there are many investment agreement made worth of 500 billion won, and this is for startup companies, and also a follow-up investment will be included. This will lay the fertile foundation and benefits for local startups, and this is the first transformation in local startup ecosystem. And second, Gwangju Startup Forum is taking place monthly. So at the very end of the last week on Tuesday, 200 people are gathered to build a networking together and listen to the lecture. And Yes Fresh will match local startups and domestic investors and global startups and global investors. And this will be a yearly event, and biannually there is a startup biennale. Under this concept, we will invite global investors to this event. And also at the Gwangju station, there is a huge startup building cluster. So this is very likened to the Pangyo Valley. So in a nutshell, Gwangju is now nearing the tipping point of grand transformation. And also for local startups, you will go through different experiences and services. Under these circumstances, what is the future pathway for Gwangju to be more robust in promoting startups? And please share your insights with us together. First and foremost, Chairman Ko.
First of all, Gwangju is my hometown, and having this event in my hometown is my great pleasure, and I would like to congratulate all the organizers. In the history of Gwangju, I believe this attraction of investment will be the first occasion. And this Splash 2022, I hope this will be continued to next year, and I hope that this event can turn into an annual meeting. The Splash 2022 and similar events are taking place in many places, in particular in Finland, Helsinki. There is an event called the Slash. The Slash is an investment forum for startups, and in December every year, the meeting is being held in Finland. Finland population is only 5 million, but investors gather from all around the world for this event. And today we have the mayor of Gwangju, however, for Slash in Finland, the prime minister of Finland, and from Germany and France, the heads of the governments will also participate, and even vice premier of China participate in this annual meeting. And what is surprising for me in Slash is compared to Splash 2022, which is hosted by the Gwangju Free Economic Zone and the Center for Free Economy. The meeting is now being held centering around agencies. However, the Slash in Finland is organized by the students of Aalto University. So this startup ecosystem is now being created, and the most important factor is the power of the private sector. In order to facilitate startups, there should be many human resources in the region, and that role is now played by Aalto University, and they will start out their own business. And since many people start out their own businesses, investors visit them to make investment. So with this ecosystem, in European region, many brilliant young talent go to Finland. That's why Finland is now an innovative country. I hope that Splash 22 can turn into Splash 2023, and I wish that we can give an opportunity to the students of Gwangju universities. And then this active participation of students will also facilitate the ecosystem for startups in Gwangju. In 2016, the mayor then was Yoon Jang-hyun, and he announced that Gwangju will be the city for startups. And there was an event, and I was one of the persons who gave the congratulatory remarks. But after the one-off meeting, there was no follow-up. At the time, the mayor created an event. However, it failed to make continued effort to facilitate the startup ecosystems. And the previous mayor, Lee Yong-sub, also hosted a similar event. However, it was once again a one-off meeting, and there was no follow-up. So I hope that this Splash 22 serve as a momentum, and this should not be a one-off event. Rather, it should be continued for the next 5 or 10 years. So this should serve as a platform. In order to do that, the two hosts need to make effort. The first host is the Gwangju Metropolitan City under the leadership of Gwangju Mayor. And on top of this, young university students and graduate school students, and those working in the research institute need to take part in this effort. And there should be investors from the commercial area. So I believe there are many potential investors in Gwangju. There are so many wealthy people in Gwangju. There will be doctors, lawyers, and successful business people. So they can turn into angel investors for the startups. And if there are 500 investors in Gwangju, then it will enrich the ecosystem in Gwangju. The biggest issues faced by Korea is the reduction of the population in the local region. The capital area is growing bigger and bigger. However, the local area are diminishing due to the lack of job opportunities. If there are so many job opportunities created by startups in Gwangju, then people will stay in Gwangju rather than going to Seoul. So I believe the future of Gwangju hinges on the activation of a startup ecosystem. In this sense, this event is very meaningful and significant. Thank you very much.
And next, I will be the next presenter. And I am serving as a university professor. And actually, from my faith, actually, I has a faith of being left as a researcher in a room alone and teaching students. However, there is a great area of my research, so that will be utilized for patients dying. However, going to the next phase is very difficult. So I have to carry out clinical trials, but government-funded projects are not enough for us to apply for. So out of anger, I started my business. And my junior professor, Lee Jae-jun professor, is now a director of my company. And to him, I said that we need the company to realize my vision. And Professor Lee was on a US seminar, and he has a mindset of US. And I came to him, and we created a company. And at that time, actually, we drew only a rosy picture. We have had a good technology, and also we have a responsibility and object to be achieved. So we thought we are on a winning streak. However, 2 to 3 years, actually, I'm full of regrets, and actually, myself alone, I would have given up on this business. However, there are a lot of colleagues who improve their dreams and grow their dreams with me. So giving up is not an option for me. So as I mentioned before, according to my faith, I was destined to be a researcher, but I turned myself into a business. There are a lot of difficulties. So I seek consultants who teach me. However, the problem here is that on the in the retrospect, their piece of advice are very near shorted. There are many men of his caliber in investment and startups, and also there is an expert which is specialized in pre-IPO, and but they are never aware of the post-IPO activities and structures and timeline, because they have never gone through that experiences. So those experiences taught me that my company went public, and younger professors are creating their business which are listed in the current exchange stock market. And I also located and spotted one booth. And also, I am worried about the fact that they are never aware of the future challenges ahead, a post IPO. And I am wondering whether they know the future path unfolding. And also, I am pulling for them, but actually at the same time, I have some worries as well. And from my experiences, the world that money moves, and the world that the worlds and the meaning moves are clearly different. So what I'd like to mention first here is that the Gwangju city and the Creative Economy Innovation Center should be at the forefront of supporting businessmen with ambitions for startups as well as with higher quality. So they should provide a end-to-end solution for them. So they have to be equipped with high caliber. And another thing I'd like to mention here is that after startups, I felt a lack of confidence because no one knows for sure my company will grow and successful or not. So my families and I urge my families and friends to make an investment for my company. And also, you know about my past experiences, and you are sure that you will never be failed by me. But actually, when you lose your money after investing our company, so please put your investment into our businesses, so you will never regret after the loss of money. But this amount of investment is not that huge. So under the challenging circumstances, I didn't know to whom to earn support. And there were many companies who are supposed to make an investment in Gwangju. However, they invested 3 billion won to our company. Building on that, I carried out clinical trials. And Gwangju City has a plan to secure 500 billion won, and this investment should be targeted. So also, the Gwangju City should be better equipped with high expertise. And after being public, I went to Yeouido and Tehran, and those regions are full of money. They don't know where to invest, and they don't know where to invest for success. So, in order to hedge risks, someone should be a warranty that whether it be local governments or universities. So, coupled with this higher caliber, there should be a friendly cooperative ecosystem. Professional accelerators and the consultants who teach how to investment and organizations for that, and also the target fund should be directed in an effective manner. This will be all made possible by specialized teams. There should be in place. And one thing to add, and the most difficult challenges is about the personnel. It's very hard for us to maintain the personnel and hire the personnel. After being hired, they are going toward the Seoul metropolitan area and capital area. On that note, and Gwangju and local region should provide better quality of jobs, but they have to ponder how to maintain those young talents going beyond the higher income and the better quality of job. Startup city, actually, we have to look at the true best practices of successful startups going beyond just slogans and banners. And the keyword is global. And for my company in Korea, targeting Korean market is not sufficient. So 52 million people live in Korea, and this will reduce to 32 million in the future. So this population is not sufficient for domestic market. So we have to attract global investment, as well as those companies coming to Gwangju have higher competitiveness of on par with global companies, and this kind of climate should be set, and we have to think about how much we are prepared for. So with this kind of infrastructure set, we can resolve the job creation issue. Those graduates from Jeonnam National University are going towards Seoul, but it is inevitable. So Gwangju can provide high quality jobs, but it has a limit to maintain those young talents. So success stories should be written by local startups in Gwangju. Then this will allow us to re-invite those who left the Gwangju city back to Gwangju. So we need to draw a larger picture for promoting and facilitating startups ecosystem. We can re-invite young talent, as well as create a good climate for startups, and also this will lay the fertile ground for companies to expand their reach into the global market. And this concludes my remarks, and thank you very much. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and it is my honor to be part of this. In 2016, when President Ko was in Gwangju, there was a lecture in GIST, and I read a book, and I decided to start my own business. and I found out his phone number, and I also visited him. And I also met Mr. Ha, who is the head of Gwangju Creative Economy Innovation Center. Then I became a person who are invited into this forum. So based on the comment the previous speakers gave, I thought a lot of things. But let me just start. You said that global is very important, and I agree with you. In Yeouido, Samsung, and Yeoksam, there were many investors, and I met them a lot of times. And they asked me, when are you going to move to Seoul? Do you have the plan to move your office to Seoul? So in order to the business properly, they think that the office should be located in Seoul, Gyeonggi, or Pangyo. That is the current reality. And we started from the accelerator in East, and our office is still located in that office. And we received more than 30 billion Korean won, and more than 20 doctors and the master's degree holders are working for our company. We are in the autonomous driving car business, and there is no market in Korea or in Gwangju. We need to go global. And I believe that the situation will be the same whether the office is located in Seoul or Gwangju. And I still believe that. Today, I can have a meeting with investor this night from Ilsan to Pangyo or from Gwangju to Yeouido. The traveling time will be the same. So I believe, depending on our mindset, I believe it is totally possible. And I'm doing business in this way. So I have a resting time, a leisure time in Gwangju, and I worked really hard in Gyeongju, in Gyeonggi area. We have good human resources from local universities, and without any competition, I can hire them. So I believe this is a working method, and our company is very unique. I'm not saying that we are excellent, but anyways, that was the outcome, and it is very rare to see these kind of cases. But still, in different areas, you can identify these successful cases. However, we need to promote this more. So the best practices should be promoted furthermore, but we are weak at that. We are well known in Seoul, but in Gwangju, for the local people, they do not know about our company. I listen this. I see this feedback frequently. And I participate CES every year for 7 years. However, this is the first time for me to participate in this Splash 2022. So through this opportunity, I believe you can learn that there are many local companies like this, and you can also earn your confidence. So I believe we can continue like this. And as a startup business person, I would like to give an advice. I believe all the lessons previous speakers said is truth. But sometimes ignorance is the medicine. If we know everything from the beginning to the end, we cannot begin because we are afraid of the future. We just need to set a target, and then we need to run very hard. Then we'll reach the target. And then we can set another target from that time. So we can just work for the next target, not the long-term target. So maybe we can attract the investment and we can target for the IPOs. So I don't think everyone is for startups. You need to have the aptitude for that. But if you think you can do that, just try it. Even if there is a wind, the driver will set the direction. And if the situation is not suitable, you can just wait for the next turn. And I would like to give you one practical tip. You need to have enough cash. That's all for me. And if you work really hard, you will reach the goal, and it is doable. So I believe Gwangju is a very good place for business in many aspects. And I don't think you cannot excuse that Gwangju is not the right place to do the business. And actually, including our company, there are many companies in universities and research institutes. There are upcoming companies every year, and this should be introduced. Sometimes we meet at Seoul, however, we realize that we are both from Gwangju. So I believe if we know that there are so many companies successful in Gwangju, we will have a winning mentality. And please invite me whenever there is a chance. Then I will preach my words. Thank you very much.
And actually, many people might wonder the correlation between Commissioner of Gwangju for Economic Zone and startups. And actually, our moderator, Mr. Ha, says to me that foreign companies will have certain relationship with startups. And what kind of relations look like? So I give it a serious thought. And 5 years ago, I had an opportunity to chair the foreign company, which gives me an opportunity to have a lot of interest in startups. And there are 17,000 foreign invested companies in Korea with a capital investment. 13,000 companies are now running their businesses in Korea. But in terms of the automotive industry, more than 750 parts manufacturers are kept up and running, but actually of which 170 companies are foreign invested companies. And among them, 20% of them are giants. So 20% are globally renowned companies. So without them, rest of them are small-sized companies and foreign invested companies. And according to the survey of 2018, there was one company worth of more than 10 billion won. And most of the businesses at the time had worth of 200 million to 300 million won. So I thought that our engine was provided by one company, but there were many subcontractors or partners which were responsible for provision of parts. They were called startups. So the experiences taught me that I listened to presentation made by Mr. Kim from the Salt System Korea, and the parts manufacturers will be standing at 7,000 in the future. Electric vehicles are now talk of the town with smaller number of parts. So large companies are playing their own field. However, startups can penetrate into the niche market. There might be an opportunity for that. And also for startups, they need to decide the future path, whether it be their homegrown technologies or technological transfer from globally renowned tech companies. So they have to decide recipes for startups. So I reach out to Pixel Ingent, a company which is a company that produces AR, VR for automotive vehicles, and I try hard to attract them because that company was the US company, and the company was a best practice in startup ecosystem. So I saw the cases. And as of May last year, when it comes to batteries, and there was a silicon which will be penetrated into nanowire on the thereby improving the battery performance. There was a business area of the startup that I have witnessed. And as Mayor Kong mentioned, Lara Station is utilizing live commerce, and live commerce is on a winning streak in the China, and Mayor says that we should turn our eyes to those live commerce company. This is why we try our best to attract foreign investment. Ultimately, local economy can be revitalized with a series of efforts, and this cannot be achievable alone. That's why advanced countries like the US and Europe, with the advanced technologies, there is a growing number of companies which come to Korea with highly advanced technologies. They are called startup in their own country. And there we have been joined by head Chang Sang-yeon from Kotra IK. They play a role both in attracting foreign investment to Korea, and also they serve as a role of introducing Korean companies to the foreign market. This is my perspective. In the local region, among the startups in the local area, if they are equipped with highly competitive technologies, then they should be sent to the global stage. And this should require investment and support directing toward that startup, and we have to arrange IR event PCO, and also Kefir Carts is enjoined with invitation to here. Along with this, such kind of startups should be given foreign investment as well as their consultation on the legal affairs and the financial affairs and the prioritization of the sites for investment. This will be backed by Kotra or financial service providers. So this is why we invite those engaging in such areas. So with the overall system and with the startups, I hope that they will succeed in positioning themselves as a good startup. So going beyond attracting investment into Gwangju area, we also select startups who are longing for going global And and also we have to select companies with ambitions to attract investment. They should be given opportunity, and this is our role to play. On that note, on our part, we have actually Kefir Carrot mobilizes investors so that companies can be sent to the global, and also foreign investors alongside the network chain can make their investment into Korean startups, thereby in Silicon Valley, New York, and Europe. They can put an investment in such regions. This will contribute to the growth of the local startups in Gwangju, local Gwangju area. And this is area where we put our best foot forward, and there were several success stories. And now they sell their products in the European market, and also they open a official foreign branch in the Silicon Valley, which are supported by us. So on our part, attraction of investment and attract foreign companies into the Gwangju city are one of our objectives. And also we will identify the excellent startups in the local Gwangju area. So we will open the window of opportunity for them to go global. These are the two tracks that we have established. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you for keeping the time. So I will ask additional questions individually. First, President Ko. During the last meeting, you suggested that we need to create 50 unicorn companies, and I said that we can have 10 unicorn companies, and the mayor said that our target should be 1 or 2 unicorn companies. So do you have any strategies to identify the unicorn companies, or is there anything we need to keep in mind? We need to expand our horizon. All around the world, the US is the biggest power. Then why the US is #1 in the world? I believe it is because the US is the startup country. Around the world, there are around 500 unicorn companies, and half of them are coming from the US, and a fourth of them is coming from China. Eventually, in order to ensure the continued growth of Korea, Korea needs to grow many unicorn companies. Then we can ensure our continued growth. Up until now, Korea was able to grow continually thanks to Samsung, Hyundai, and large enterprises. That's why Korea is enjoying the current situation. But that was the past. In the past, Samsung, Hyundai, LG, SK, these large enterprises created good companies, and Korea exported many products. So now Korea became the 10th largest economy in the world. However, this growth pattern is now changing. One thing noticeable is the trade deficit we are experiencing now. And when it comes to the competition with China, until now, Korea recorded a trade surplus, and it led to the growth. However, recently we turned into the trade deficit with China. It means the leading industries in Korea is now caught up with the Chinese industries. So if we continue this situation in the future, the economic dominance enjoyed by Korea will be handed over to China. And currently, there is a hegemonic rivalry between China and the US. So Korea is now turned into the corner. Then there is a way to overcome this situation. If Korea can create 1,000 unicorn companies, then Korea will be able to be free from the influence of China or the US. And Korea can become an economic advanced country. If we have 1,000 unicorn companies, it means we can create 1,000 number one companies in each domain. And the revenue is not several hundred trillion Korean won. Rather, it is more than 500 billion. And then, if we have 1,000 unicorn companies, it will add up to 1,000 trillion Korean won. Korean GDP now is less than 2,000 trillion Korean won. So if we create 1,000 unicorn companies, it will add 1,000 trillion Korean won of GDP. So there is nothing we worry about. I believe now we are on the rising streak. Aside from the US and UK in cultural content, K-content, K-drama, K-movie, K-pop, these are very popular in the world. In 5,000 years of Korean history, I believe BTS is the one who raised the reputation of Korea more than any other people. They gave a speech in Korean in the UN General Assembly. So I believe this is a miraculous thing. So if Korean young people create good startups, and if they start 2,000 technological venture companies, after 10 years, we will have 20,000 venture companies. And if 5% of them are successful, it will be enough. In Gwangju, if we I believe we can create 100 tech venture companies every year, and it will be about 1,000 venture companies in 10 years, and 50% can become unicorn companies. Then their total value will be 50 trillion Korean won. So after 10 years, if we have 50 trillion Korean won worth unicorn companies, we can address all the problems, including jobs. In order to create 50 unicorn companies in Gwangju, the prerequisite is encouraging good human resources to start up their own business. In Gwangju, there is a Jeonnam National University, Joseon University, and GIST, and there are so many excellent talents. So the opinion leaders in Gwangju need to create favorable environment so that they can start their own business. On top of that, there should be investors, in particular angel investors, at least 500 angel investors. I believe there are tens of thousands of rich people in Gwangju, and they can make investment. Previously, Professor Lee Junheng said that when he started his own business, I believe his acquaintances made investment. That was the angel investment. So it is possible. We need to nurture angel investors. And as Mayor Kang said, if we create 500 billion Korean won of fund, then I can invest billions of Korean won to the startups. Then we can create a good ecosystem. In the US, the US is number one in the world because according to international organizations, 13 out of 30 cities with a good business environment for startups are located in the US. New York, Chicago, Seattle, these large cities, and Los Angeles, they are big cities, but Boston, Philadelphia, Denver, these cities are smaller than Gwangju. But still, in these cities, tens of hundreds of unicorn companies are coming up. And the population of Gwangju is 1.5 million. With this population, I believe it is not that difficult to create 50 unicorn companies in 10 years. So opinion leaders, including the mayor of Gwangju, need to make effort with a determined mindset. Then we can create these unicorn companies. So it depends on our determination. Gwangju is in a remote area, but that is just an excuse.
Thank you. So actually, there are movers and shakers in the ecosystem industry, and you gave us insight and visions as well as homework. So for the interest of time, I would like to ask for shorter answers. And as Professor Lee mentioned, nurturing talent are areas of being challenged, and you provide us with good ways to nurture talent. So ultimately, Commissioner Kim, as Commissioner Kim said, and actually I have a lot of thoughts mixed on the brain, but internally, we have to accelerate the creation of startup ecosystem to attract more companies. This is of great importance. However, at the same time, we lay the fertile ground for those companies to grow on a continuous path, and we need to create a climate and culture for them to be going global. So actually building on my previous research in the southern part of the French, Sofian Antipolis is needing no introduction. And in terms of tourism attraction, it is well-known place, Nice, and adjacent to this, Monaco situated there. But the income, the driver of income, and contributing to the balanced local development requires technology, which was why there was a new framework, and 2,500 companies were there, and more than 40,000 young talents are hired locally, and there are 80 nationalities in the region. With such environment and climate, this creates a virtuous cycle in the region. So now it's high time for domestic companies to go global. So actually, we need to think out of the box, going beyond the way of thinking that attracting more companies can expand the horizon of domestic companies. This is not a solution. So like Sofia Antipolis, in the Gwangju region, we will create international science village. So we have to provide a new playing field so that Korean companies can start their own business, as well as the global talents can come to this new playing ground. And this will contribute to the creation of new fertile new environment conducive to startup ecosystem. This is not only handled by individual investors, it also requires the participation of public sector as well as local politicians. And actually, that got me thinking that my research and R&D center is operated by foreign exchange students. And I have a talented Indian student, but he went to the US because actually with his father, the student carried out research, but his father came to India every 3 months. This is a prerequisite for visa extension, and per year, the student should extend the visa. These kind of challenges made the excellent student go to and move to the US, and within the 2 years, he becomes a full-time lecturer. And one thing that I want to mention here that actually the achievements the excellent professor and student made are all built based on what I teach him. In the US, and when you visit Silicon Valley, the movers and shakers of the Silicon Valley have Indian, Korean nationality. So we can follow suit. There is no reason for us not to follow suit. We have to build we need to create an environment conducive to startups and global companies. So we need to create a international field science service, building on K culture. We are able to attract more people with the mixture of global and Korean culture. And many international schools will not be facing with backlash if those schools are built on that purpose. So actually, we have to create a new playing field with our efforts. Thank you very much. Thank you once again.
From the floor, there was applause. International Science Village. That is a good idea, and we will look into it. And last but not least, I would like to turn to Mr. Chung Ji-sung. Actually, there are so many people participating in this session to receive investment, and I believe you can give a tip for the startups. It is difficult to give one word, so I will speak longer. So as previous speakers said, if we want to become unicorn from the beginning, that is very grand target. And we will go to that target, and we will work hard, and we will just manage the cash flow. So if I fail to give good explanation to the investors will lose the opportunity to earn money. Sometimes when I meet investors, I will be nervous. However, if you think that you will become a unicorn company eventually, then when you meet the investors, you just will think that if the investors will not make investment in your company, the investors will just lose an opportunity, even though you are rejected. So you will just think that if I provide easier explanation to the investors, then the investors will seize the opportunity. But unfortunately, this investment opportunity will turn to another investor. So you can just move on instead of having a regret. So that's my tip. So I 100% agree with his idea. when we have a meeting with a venture capitalist, we are very nervous. But after IPOs, I realized that they earned a lot of money based on our business. So if we have good technology, then they can earn money. And they really want to find out the technology like we have. So with good philosophy and good idea and good technology, we can have a casual dialogue with the investors, and we can also reach out to the people surrounding you. If you are too nervous, you are limiting your capability for growth. So if you have the good fighting spirit, then you will grow.
Thank you for your insightful remarks. And actually, I am equipped with higher mentality or stronger mentality, but actually, compared to those two, I am unmatched. And there are more than 200 startups, and they try to meet, try to be, they come to here to meet investors. So as you mentioned, you are the one who gives investors an opportunity. So with this mindset, you have to be courageous, more courageous. So actually, the time is nearing the end. Time is up. So once again, my special thanks go to all the panel discussants for coming a long way to Gwangju despite their hectic schedule. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again. And actually, these sessions allows us to map out ways to create better startup ecosystem. Thank you very much. So, and without further ado, we'll continue and kick off the fourth session. And the fourth session is taking place under the theme of AI commerce and new e-commerce of Alibaba, joined by Korea lead Ko Myung-hun and also tech lead of Im Jong-jin and CEO Lee Choro from Lala Station and Executive Director Park Hong-gyu of Soft. So I would like to invite them onto the stage. So Korea lead Ko Myung-un from Alibaba Cloud and also tech lead Im Jong-jin from Alibaba Cloud and CEO Lee Choro from Lala Station and Executive Director Park Hong-gyu of Soft. Please come up to the stage. Once again, we are joined by Mr. Ko and Mr. Im and Mr. Lee and Mr. Park. Please come up onto the stage. Thank you very much. And we are waiting for one person. So please come up onto the stage and please take your seat. Thank you. So please wear your masks on throughout this session. And the theme is AI commerce and new e-commerce of Alibaba. And I would like to hand over my microphone to the moderator. So actually, I would like to ask for your gentle understanding and let me touch upon how the session 4 proceeds. And the session 4 is an opportunity for us to talk about the AI commerce and new e-commerce of Alibaba. And Alibaba Cloud sends Ko Myung-un Korea lead and Im Jong-jin tech lead and CEO Lee Choro also and Lala Station sends CEO Lee Choro and Soft sends us Executive Director Park Hong-gyu. They will be participating as a panel discussant. So please wait until the arrangements on the stage are made. And please wear your masks on. And now, without a further ado, allow me to kick off the session 4. Please give them a big hand. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am Ko Myung-hun, working for Alibaba Cloud. I am serving as a Korea lead. I'm responsible for Korean cloud businesses. And also, there are two partner companies, and we have been joined by one colleague. And so, please, I'd like to ask for you to have introduce yourself. Good afternoon. I am Senior Solutions Architect Im Jong-jin from Alibaba Cloud, and we are here to talk about AI-related services and references. Good afternoon. I am Park Kyung-gyu from Megazonsoft. I am responsible for Alibaba Cloud Services and consulting and establishment infrastructure. And actually, you will listen to how well we adapt and utilize Alibaba Cloud Service in Lala Station and Megazonsoft. And good afternoon, I am Ichiro, CEO of Lala Station, and live content and live commerce are areas of my focus, and we have provide both in domestic market and the global market. It's my great honor for me to be here with this prestigious discussions. So Alibaba Korea business has put much energy on Alibaba Korea and Lala Station and Megazonsoft. There are three go-to strategic partners, and they are co-identifying the projects. And actually, we are supposed to present an individual presentation each. However, this is first time for us to meet and participate as a panel discussant on the same stage. So we'll create a colloquial environment. So if there might be some challenges, then I gently ask for your understanding. I'm not an expert in preceding this meeting. So actually, first I will introduce Alibaba groups. So what comes to your mind when you think of Alibaba? What is the image that comes to your mind when you think of Alibaba? And actually, 40 Thieves and Alibaba might be the first come upping. And Marvin, the founder of Alibaba and AliExpress, you might use these services frequently. And the Alibaba groups are one of the largest China's companies in your mind. And there are many topics as well. However, Alibaba Cloud and Lala Station and Megazonsoft are doing their work. So let me first touch upon the Alibaba Cloud. And Alibaba Cloud is like this. So have you heard of Single Day or Double 11? This is a grandiose shopping event. This is needing no introduction. And for several years ago, this Double 11 or Single Day started in Korea. But the origin of this event was Alibaba. And on the November 11th, or the Single Day in China, featured a lot of benefits and events. So with a single day, products are sold with a higher cost efficiency. And this is an event created by Alibaba. However, this event day, as if it is a national holiday, it positions itself as a mega trend. And in 2009, and since 2009 and up until now, there has been a continuous growth improvement and attracting a lot of interest from consumers. And also, we have realized the extensive technological advancement. As you can see from this slide deck, in 2009, the single day witnessed 400 orders processed per second, leading to revenues, but it jumped to 544,000 orders with contributions of global participants and domestic participants in 2019. So many people were gravitating toward this event. So more than 544,000 orders were processed per second. Have you imagined? Have ever imagined? So let me throw a question to a person next to me, Jongjin. So at the end of the year, you might calculate your tax income and you join the tax, and actually is easier for you to have access at once, or you need to wait for several seconds, and actually there is a traffic on that days, so I have to wait for some time. So when you see the signal waiting, then it tells you your order number. And what is the number? From my memory, actually 100,000 waiting people are before me. Like this, yes. As for me, as Jungjinko mentioned, I am a baseball lover. And in the early 2010, with a higher traffic, the site went down. You are able to buy ticket, but these days you can make a reservation. So you are notified of your waiting list number. The reason why I tell you this is that the answer is already shown on the presentation slide deck. Alibaba and Alibaba's e-commerce platform needs no waiting time. So actually, no matter how much traffics are concentrated and number of orders, we have come up with technological intensive solutions. This entails AI technologies and infrastructure and a machine learning based optimization. In Korea and generally, waiting list or waiting for orders can be utilized to hatch those. However, the global users want to buy products on our cloud. Then everyone place their orders, and there are a lot of attacks, but we are able to protect them, protect our cloud against them. And also from payment to delivery, we have an end-to-end solution. And this is a cloud that Alibaba thinks of, and AI, technology, and machine learning that Alibaba thinks of. On that note, actually we have shown you statistics. And per year, we create a lot of revenues, phenomenal revenues. And during the value chain, we support suppliers to sell their products on our cloud system, which increases the consumer's experiences. And on the shopping day, in the early days, there have been a large amount of traffic concentrated because you need to be first to place an order. So in the initial stage, the stability of the service is very important. But in accordance with that, there are a lot of attempts for attack. And no matter where the attacks come from, whether it be China or from global level, so we have to protect our cloud service against them. So as a user, you only see the interface of shopping site, but behind the scene there are heavy running or operation of systems, and there are lots to be considered for protection. And also, robots are utilized to present you with an answer. And if you want to change your color of cloth, or you want to change your size of cloth, or you want to change the delivery destination, these kind of variables, if we have algorithm, a robot consultant will help you. And we have a lot of orders processed per second, and it amounts to 500,000. So our robot will help you with your questions. So we have AliExpressor, and this is a brand, and it belongs to our ecosystem. But behind the scene and the back front, the technological support, and provision of experience of consumers are all done by Alibaba Cloud. And Alibaba groups have a garden variety of business areas and domains, and we are one of them. And there are a lot of logos you can see. More than 550 business units are there, and of which shopping mall, retail and wholesale industry, and cloud and logistic industry are a flagship business, and we are at the very bottom front, and we are supporting the smooth operation of Alibaba services. Alibaba Business Cloud supports the global business of Alibaba, through which we can learn ourselves and experience. And in Korea, there is no T-Mall and no Taobao. And AliExpress is existing in Korea. However, it is only for purchasing globally. Alibaba Cloud technologies should be utilized in Korea, so this requires partners, which is why we bring Megajonsoft and Alasoft with us as a strategic partners. And this map shows the data center location. And actually, the explanations can be short. So no matter where you are on the global world, you can have access to platform you want and buy products that you want. Then, no matter where you are, you need seamless access, and also the safety storage of data should be in place, which is why on the various global spots we have established data centers. And as you can see from this graph and map, in Asia and in business areas linked to Korea, you witness a higher concentration. And actually, we opened the data hub in Seoul, in Korea, which allows you to experience a lot of services from Alibaba Cloud. And this is a slogan in 2022 on the March 13th of this year. Alibaba Cloud Data Center was kept up and running, and the character on the presentation slide deck was made. Actually, this is a character for Alibaba Cloud. This is not a temporary character. And after this presentation, we have established Alibaba Cloud booth at the back end of the entrance. So we have prepared goods and Legos and token of gratitude. So when you come and visit our booth, you will receive those token of gratitude. And up until now, I have touched upon a garden variety of things. So we would like to invite each expert to listen to their insight. So actually, the first question is about what is the focus of Alibaba Group, a leading company in the retail industry. So this is the first question that I'd like to raise to you. So who will be answering this question?
I will speak. We are from Alibaba Cloud, one division of Alibaba Group. However, as you saw in the presentation, we are one of the three leading companies in retail market. And in order to lead the commerce market, Korea turned into home shopping. However, Alibaba directly evolved into the live commerce platform. This live commerce is different from home shopping, so some of you may wonder what are the differences. Actually, the basic features are similar. So in order to transmit the broadcasting, we capture the image and we encode the image, package it, transcoding, and across the world, we rapidly distribute it. And this distributed video will be stored and it can be played later with a playback feature. So these features are very similar to the home shopping. However, when you think about the home shopping, The host of the home shopping is television. However, live commerce is available on mobile devices or personal computer as a platform. In this regard, there are some things we need to be cautious, and there are some additional features. First, when we transmit this video, it is available on the web. So we need to be cautious about security. And in transmission, this is AI-based features. So image-based search or should be available, and there should be VTT feature, and live translation feature should be available, and product recommendation should be available, and this video should be transmitted across the world, so network acceleration technology should be also utilized, so we can launch various technologies at the same time. In particular, in Alibaba Group, there are Taobao, Tmall, and Alibaba Express, and we are generating lots of revenue with this platform. So I would like to briefly introduce the major features. In home shopping, the users will make a phone call. Otherwise, it is difficult for us to understand who are watching the video, but on live commerce, we can see the user information. For example, the age of the user, the preference of the users, the time of consumption. So these information will be collected, and this can be utilized for marketing, and detailed information can be provided in text, image, and reference. So detailed page will be provided. And this is not based on phone-based order. Rather, online payment or credit card can be utilized for a simplified payment system. On top of this, this is not one-way transmission of broadcasting. Rather, it is two-way. So the viewers can have a conversation with the host, and the host can provide more detailed explanation. Or with a game, the host can provide a gift, or there can be a game. So interconnection is possible on this platform. And we can also do direct promotion, but users also can promote the content on the social media platform. So in Alibaba Group, by using the live commerce platform, we are expanding our business and we are generating lots of revenue. So I would like to ask a question here. If I'm a business person operating e-commerce business and I didn't adopt it, the live commerce platform, and internally we have our own engineers, and we are already familiar with our own platform and technology. In this situation, Alibaba, Lara Cloud, Lara Station, and Megazone can provide support. And there are so many features available. And is it easy or difficult to provide these features to the users? I believe I can talk about the benefits of cloud service. In the past, the cloud was not that widely available. So in the past, we had to hire developers, designers, planners, and architects. So lots of resources should be utilized. However, now we are using cloud service. So the human resources can be replaced with the purchase of solution. So you can directly adopt these technological insights. As a matter of fact, I asked this question. It is not a planned question. Now we are explaining this solution, and the concept is very good. But if it is too difficult for the users to use, then it will not be adopted. So that's why I wanted to ask whether it is easy to introduce. I would like to add one comment. Nowadays, cloud is a widely used term. So the server or network infrastructure is provided as a IaaS, and platform is provided as a PaaS, and software and account password can be utilized in the SaaS. And there is another service as a service. So Alibaba Cloud is a video solution, and we even provide machine translation. So these features can be introduced without development. So these are out of the box. And if there is any developers who can use this, you can connect this with SDK or API. And we also provide the user guide, and we also provide the documents on our website. So there will not be any difficulties for the developers. If there is any other questions, please visit our booth. Let me move on. Please go ahead. So we have this service, live commerce, and Lara Station work together on this area. Alibaba Cloud provide live service platform, and by using this, we work together with Lara Station to expand our business. When we watch a video, there are resolutions, and such as 1080p or 720p. So on the left side, you can see 1080p, and on the right side, this is a live solution of Alibaba. So this is 720p. So as you know, if the number is higher, then it means it is a higher resolution. But however, can you tell me which one is a higher resolution? It seems like the right one is more crisp. I believe it is based on a higher transcoding technology of Alibaba, and it is also because of the transcoding technology based on AI. So Lara Station transmit the live content, and thanks to this technology, we are able to transmit the video in a crispy manner. So we have this video solution, and this is not a new solution. In China and in other Asian region, this is #1 video cloud platform. And up until now, we have been maintaining #1 position for the last 4 years, and we overcame various difficulties. So based on this experience, we can help you.
The next question is, please tell me, Lara Station, who you are, and it's now turn. And so Lara Station, who Lara Station is, and what kind of ecosystem you are building. Lara Station is located on the third floor of this convention center, and Gangnam District in Seoul and Busan and Gwangju are locations where we have been seated. And there are more than 200 live contents per month, and not only in the domestic platform but also in the global platform. We have live streamed our contents via 21 platforms. So every communications will be done in a live manner. And this is a consumer's requirement. IT and cloud services and AI-based core technologies are witnessing an increase in demand. The core of every content is multi-user. And also our presentation is live streamed on YouTube. So this kind of moment and the lecture can be live streamed with global audience. This is a core of content. which requires us to build transition of video graphic and cloud setting, as well as language transition technology and AI-based technologies. So this can be applied into the live content and live commerce. This is what we are doing. And the ecosystem that we are building is well displayed. A lot of brand or government agencies or medium, small-sized companies or self-employed are doing their activities on live stream, but they are facing with challenges because they have to deal with broadcasting. So show host or MC should be in place, and camera and lighting and studio for broadcasting and planning and broadcasting for live streaming are all needed. So live streaming is a market that has lower barrier of entrant, but this requires higher expertise. So Live Station provides a end-to-end solution from product selection, broadcasting, live content, and we make this live stream content short form. So this is a end-to-end solution that we are providing. Up until now, well-made live streaming for 1 hour requires a lot of energy and effort. We sometimes invite influencer or celebrity or entertainers come to us and experts come to us. So building on a lot of planning strategies. Actually, live streaming only in Korean is a barrier that we have to overcome. So this kind of high quality contents can be live streamed to the global audience. Then our single input can be expanded to the global stage. So we are identifying solutions, and during the process, we are helped with Alibaba Cloud and Megajon Soft. We are able to go global. All the contents are targeting not only Korean audience but also global audience. So we have been equipped with live cloud technologies that are suitable for live streaming, and this is our work area. And so live streaming needs capturing of the moment seamlessly. So as you mentioned, there are a whole lot of contents can be live streamed to Korean people and to the global audience. This is a challenge we have to overcome. And this topic is of great importance. So what is the Alibaba Cloud's automatic translation solution? So let me go first. So actually you can see people speak in China and you see the English subtitles underneath the video playing. And the subtitles are displaying in real time and it is automatically translated. If you choose the preferred language as Korean, then the speaking of the Chinese show host is well translated into Korean. I skipped this presentation deck, but this automatic translation requires technology behind the scene. So AI needs to decide the end of the words. So they have to AI recognize the voices and syllables. So and from speech to text, the AI needs to transform speech to text, and also it should be translated and converted into text, and it should be video streamed, which requires faster and more accurate technologies. And there are 3 sectors in dark, and those sectors are the Alibaba Cloud's core technology. And the Alibaba Cloud's features are like this.
These are not for the cloud service, whether in Taobao or Tmall. to create more revenue and to provide more diverse experience to the users. The research institute called DAMO developed this solution. So the technology is really excellent. So at the bottom of the slide, you can see that this is AI-based neural translation. So it can recognize the end of the sentence, and it can also real-time understand whether this is positive or negative, and it translates in real time. And it is providing validated decoding speed. In Tmall already, live commerce is utilized, so this rapid transmission technology is already embedded. And you may wonder, even if it is AI and big data and it can understand the natural language processing, if they are not trained, they may not understand specific words. So this is not a fixed or rigid solution. This AI solution is a self-learning platform, as you can see in the last part. So some words AI didn't understand can be taught, so it can be widely used. With these three technologies, we provide better user experiences. So if we go deeper, there is a transmission layer. So the show host will speak and behave in certain way, and that will be entered into the cloud engine. And on the right side, you can see the real-time translation. This part is created by Tama Academy. That is the same engine used in Tmall. Using this, real-time translation will be provided, and this video will be combined with the translated text, and eventually will be provided to the viewers. So when you look at this slide, on the left side, you can see the Chinese text, and on the right side, you can see the English text. I believe you have used Papago, and the translation is continuously modified. You need to listen to the end of the sentence because the translation can be different depending on the end of the sentence. So this is a real-time translation, and until the end of the sentence, the translated text will be modified continuously. Actually, when it comes to this translation text, you can experience this on AliExpress. When you visit AliExpress, it is a free shipping globally, so there are very unique products, and already many users are utilizing the platform. And already many features are available in Korean. It is not translated by a Korean person, rather it is based on real translation solution. And when people purchase the same product, they will leave the review. Some people will leave the review in Russian or Chinese or any other language. Then we can also read those review in our mother tongue. So this is not a concept, rather it is a ready available service. We are providing this experience. On top of this, in Korea, there are Korean retail markets and new commerce markets. So the topic is retail and commerce. So on top of the solution I mentioned, is there any other solutions you like to introduce? As a matter of fact, I focused on retail, but I believe the participants are from startups. And before I joined Alibaba, I operated the startup and I moved to Alibaba. So when I joined Alibaba, I learned about AI technology and I also used AI technologies. So I had a regret. When I operated my own business, I tried to develop my own engine. If I used a cloud service to continue my business, the outcome would be better. So that was my regret. So in this regard, With President Lee, I had many discussions, and we are now doing business together with the Lara station. In the retail area, I believe that the repeated purchase is very important. So by using video AI technology, we can provide the playback for the transmitted video, and we can also tag those video. And based on the tags, we can recommend new products, or we can also recommend related products videos. So AI video can be used for that purposes. And Vision AI is also widely used. In Alibaba Group, there is AI center called Tamo Academy, and 180 Vision AI solutions are being utilized. The technologies we are using is not for the sales solution. Rather, we are trying to create a service and made it into API so that it can be utilized later. In the retail market and in the platform we will develop with Lara Station, we will utilize AI. First, we recognize the category of the products, whether it is clothing, whether it is for men or for women, and we can specify the categories of the products. And then we can manage the data created from the platform, and the product information is not manually input. Rather, based on the AI technology, we can predict the potential consumers, and we can also see what is the style, and we can also analyze the colors that can match with this product. Third, we extract the video by cropping the video image, and we can create new business based on the cropped image. So this can be provided from AI technology. So these images can be utilized in the image search, and it can be provided to the consumers. With image search in Alibaba Group, we can achieve about conversion rate of 20%. It is directly related to the revenue. So we can utilize the AI technology for this. Based on the product recommendation using AI, we can encourage people to repeatedly purchase the same product, and at the same time, we can recommend other products. And we are jointly developing this technology with the Lara station. So this topic is, I believe, the highlight of our discussion. Until now, we talked many things. So are you with us? I'm holding my microphone, so I would like to summarize the topic. We create this microphone. This is very excellent microphone with good performance. So my voice will be delivered exactly to the audiences, and there should be a company that can maintain this microphone. That is Megazone Cloud. And Lara Station uses this microphone with the singers and content creators. Lara Station provide good user experience to the audiences. So these are our roles, and we explained this until now. So the next question is, what are the features of the Live platform jointly developed by Alibaba Cloud, Lara Station, and Megazone Cloud?
So as you might see the AI technologies previously, these AI technologies are developed into algorithm. No matter how you know or not, And Lara Station, Megazone, and Alibaba Cloud are co-developing this platform. And VTT is to reduce the barrier of language. And in the near future, K-pop entertainers, Korean shows, and Korean brands will reach out to the global stage, and they are able to speak in Korean, which will be real-time translated into 23 multi-languages, which allows for real-time communications and purchase, consultation, and selling as well. So this is a breakthrough service that has been unprecedented. And the technological background provided by Alibaba Cloud. So 500,000 orders processed per second is only achievable by excellent Alibaba Cloud technology. So AI engines with our participation will be optimized to the global platform, which will be advanced, and we will meet the global users, and we will create the global contents on the platform. So many people think of live. They are always thinking about the live platform. And actually, live content, live services, or live communications are areas of evolution transpiring. For example, you might use the Shinhan Bank, the application called Soul, and Live Solution is embedded on the Soul. So this allows finance services to be lively introduced, and also for senior care and for education and for other types of services. Those are all shared and communicated and provided to consumers on a live stream platform. So going beyond the merely selling products, and in every sector of our life, this grand wave of live stream will be mainstream. So with this, reducing and language barrier will be achievable by our AI engine. Actually, we are living in a world and everyone sells their products to every country on the globe. So this is a first of its kind attempt for innovation. So please pin your high interest on us. And last but we are nearing the end. So what about the supports for retail sector startup? And I believe this is about Megazone soft program. Do you have any comments? So we have supported startups to roll out first of its kind innovative platform. And also on the other hand, we support startups in the retail industry. And this year we have our credit event worth of 1 billion won. And also we provide free education and training events and commemoration of the new opening of Korean region. And this also we provide opportunity for you to test these functionalities for free. And this is a picture of cloud which is very complex. There are server, database, and Docker and Kubernetes. Through this financial services e-commerce are provided. It is a complex image. You might be worried about the introduction of this cloud. And you might think that we don't have such engineer, we don't have cloud engineer. But the providing of cloud engineer is also a challenge that Megazone should overcome. We have high quality cloud engineers. So you can focus on business and your business logics and the introduction of clouds and application of clouds. Please count on us. Then from consultation and implementation and services, these are followed by our company. So we first start with demand analysis and then consulting and implementation and operation and then security operation. These all one-stop solutions are provided by our company.
Thank you very much. this is the last slide for today. At Alibaba Cloud for startups, what kind of supporting program is available? So I would like to briefly mention about this and wrap up the session. As you saw, Alibaba Cloud is not just providing cloud service and do it yourself. Rather, from the beginning, we want to ensure the successful completion. So as a vendor, we provide the technology and do sales activities, but at the same time, we provide the consultation and we also provide the cost support. And if there is any inquiries about technology, anytime and any much, we can provide the support. So this presentation is jointly provided, not just me. So we have team members in the booth and in the headquarters and in other offices. So if you have any questions, please visit to our booth. And if you visit me, then we will provide the answer. And please support our joint journey with Lara Station. Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. Three companies work together to remove the language barrier. Thank you very much for the effort, and please give them a big round of applause again. Thank you very much. We'll continue the session number 5. The session number 5 is about the compute requirements of developing superhuman cognition. And Ellie Dobson from GraphCore, and Mr. Kim Jin-young from GraphCore Korea, and Mr. Kang Min-ju from Megazone Cloud will take part in the session. GraphCore is a UK AI startup, so there will be a presentation online. And GraphCore Korea and Megazone Cloud will lead the panel discussion. So we would like to invite Mr. Ellie Dobson on Zoom.
Right now,
So we are trying to connect Vice President Ellie Dobson via Zoom. Can you hear our voice? And actually there is a delay of Zoom connection. So upon his connection, we will begin the session. Please wait. Thank you. And the session 5 is about the compute requirements of developing superhuman cognition. So actually, Vice President of Ellie Dobson will be on with us via Zoom, but there is a technical glitch. So upon his connection, we will kick off this session. So after a short period of break, then we will kick off the session after Vice President's connection. So see you soon. I will be back soon. So thank you for your patience. And now we are connected with Vice President Ellie Thompson, and the session 5 is about the compute requirements of developing superhuman cognition. This will be delivered by Vice President Ellie Dobson from GraphCore headquarters, and we are joined by Director Kim Jin-young, GraphCore Korea, and also Head Kang Min-ju of Megazone Cloud R&D Institute. And UK AI chip startup is GraphCore, and Vice President Ali Dobson will deliver his keynote speech on Zoom, and the rest two will proceed panel discussion. So please, we will meet the Vice President via Zoom. So we are connected Zoom.
Good morning. Do you hear me? Okay. Annyeonghaseyo sayo. Good morning, everybody. I'm dialing in from Norway, where I live, to deliver a talk on behalf of GraphCore, the company for which I work. And today I'm going to talk to you about foundational models and give you a hardware perspective of what that means. I'd like to thank you to the Gwangju Free Economic Zone Authority and also to the City of Gwangju for inviting GraphCore to take part in this inaugural Splash 2022 event, and I apologize for not being able to attend in person. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to start off by telling you about how I have seen AI evolve over the last few years. I started my career as a particle physicist, and then I moved into data science, and I've been working in data science for the last 10 years, working on using AI to help medium and small businesses make more out of the data that they have available to them. So what I've seen is that AI at a large scale is set for a paradigm shift. Having spent my career in data science, the way that AI is used in companies is drastically different to how it was used 5 years ago. It's completely different. The landscape has transformed, and we at GraphCore believe that it's going to continue to transform as drastically over the coming years as well. So how has AI changed over the last 5 years? Well, first of all, what we see now is that models are used. You have a custom model for each task in each data format. So if you have data, you train a model, you use that model to create some insights that are helpful to you in your business, telling you something about your data and making predictions on your data. That is going to change over the next few years. What will happen is there will be general purpose models, and these are going to be used to handle multiple tasks and multiple data formats. So rather than using a model to train on just text and have that model make predictions just on text, what we expect to see is the combination of images and text in the same model, and the combination of different tasks handled by one general purpose model. So on that general purpose model, who's going to train it? Who's going to own it? Who's going to use it? Who's going to pay for it? So until recently, so 4 or 5 years ago, you could say that the whole artificial intelligence chain was owned by the same entity. So one company would have data, they would train models on that data, they would use that model to make predictions, and then they would use that to make money. Now that is changing now. The AI chain is being split by who has access to the end user, who has access to the data, and who has access to the compute. There will be 3 main players in this chain of how to leverage most AI for helping businesses generate revenue, helping build smart cities, helping do all the wonderful things that AI can do for us today. Another shift is that up till now, AI has been, and machine learning has been driven purely by the data. The more data you put into the model, the more insight you get out of the model. That will also change. Companies will be finding ways to insert their own insight about their data, their customers, their use cases into the model, combine that with a purely data-driven model to make a hybrid data and human reasoning model that will be much more effective and be able to give much more insight and explainability into what the predictions are. Finally, AI is still very much something that's driven by research. We hear a lot about very large models out in the market, models that are trained on 175 billion parameters. Those models are typically used by researchers rather than used for commercial gain. The reason is that those models are very expensive to actually put into production. You know, many have heard about open APIs, which are used for very, very large model parameter counts. Most of our customers are telling us those are simply too expensive. We can't use them. They're not commercially viable. There has to be a way to drive the cost down. So those are the main axes along which we see a shift coming over the coming years. Next slide, please. So if we start to drill down a little bit more about what we're expecting to see, talk a bit more about some of the details that I've just described in summary in the previous slide. So the first thing is that today's research is tomorrow's commercial product. Like I just said, very, very large parameter counts are typically the domain of researchers rather than commercial use. How is that going to change? So today, researchers are looking at parameter counts. It's not uncommon now to see parameter counts up to about 100 billion parameter range and even beyond. If we talk to commercial entities, to customers really using these models in production to drive their applications, drive their GUIs, drive their web services, whatever they're doing, commercial entities typically are using much smaller parameter counts. You talk about maybe 2 billion parameters, which is not that big compared to what is actually realizable today. And typically nowadays in commercial use, you have single model, single use case. So text makes predictions about text as opposed to, you know, text and images combined together. That will change. Commercially, multimodality, which is a combination of many different data formats into a single model, general purpose models will start to be used more commonly for commercial purposes, and the parameter count is going to go up. The parameter counts that are feasible today in research are desirable to use in commercial end cases because they're more accurate. The more parameters you put in a model, the more accurate the predictions the model will make. However, that's very expensive today. Model architectures will change, hardware architectures will change. And so the model parameter counts, it's going to be possible to drive those lower and lower, cheaper and cheaper, and use these larger parameter counts in production for commercial gain at a higher accuracy. Next slide, please. So here's the main point I wanted to make to you today. Commercialization is going to split the ecosystem into three. So this is coming back to the point I was making earlier about how the value chain is going to be split. So what we can see when we talk to customers about what are they doing with AI, how are they viewing these very large models, how do they see that being in 3, 4, 5 years, we see a very clear signal of what will happen. We believe that the ecosystem will be split into three. And the first of those three entities is going to be what we're calling the pre-trainers. So what these guys are doing is they're taking very, very, very large text corpuses, large amounts of videos. So you can take YouTube, for example, code bases. So all the code that was fed into computers that somebody can get hold of, and large image corpuses as well. And using those, collecting the data, preparing the data, and then building very large scale models. They need a very, very large and expensive cluster of accelerators to go do that. And we're typically seeing people who is really doing that, two main groups. Firstly, hyperscalers, and secondly, national labs in the US called federal labs. So large governmental funded entities who have access to very large amounts of compute. And what they will build is they'll build a very large scale foundational model, which they will then put into production. That's available as an API. So if you take OpenAI's API, for example, that's available as an API that anybody can use. It can be expensive, but anybody can use it. Or the model can be actually downloaded into somebody's data center and put it into production there. So that's the first stage, is the pre-trainers. General purpose models with very, very high parameter counts. So currently state of the art is about 200 billion. More, higher parameter counts is also feasible and has been explored. And that pre-training stage will be restricted to a very small group of very large institutions with a lot of money, a lot of access to compute, who can actually build those types of models. So the rest of the market, which is the smaller, a lot more entities, a lot more companies, small and medium businesses are looking at this and they're saying, how do we get to use these models? How can we use these general purpose models in our systems to power our applications and our use cases? So that's this underlying general purpose is what is now commonly being called a foundational model. And the question is, how can a foundational model be used by everybody else? So that's the rise of the second market, which I'm calling adapters. That's not a formal name for it, that's just what I call it. And those are the people who are taking that foundational model and they are tuning it or refining it to describe their particular use case. So these smaller companies, smaller enterprise market, they have their own data sets. Their data sets describe their customers, they describe their use cases, they describe what they want to do. And those data sets to those smaller enterprises, they're gold. The enterprises should never let go of those data sets because those data sets are their IP. It's what describes what they want to do. However, they can use these data sets to tune the general purpose model to make a more impactful and more accurate model that is really tuned and refined for their specific use cases. And there's a lot of ways in which they can do that. So prompt tuning is something that's used. Fine tuning is probably the most commonly used one. Distillation, there's a new technique called adaptation, which people are also looking into. So there's a lot of ways that you can take a general purpose model, access it through an API or download it and use a much smaller data set to make a much more accurate model that really describes your customer base or your use case or what you're trying to do. And then finally, those smaller enterprises or maybe somebody else is going to put those into production. And the third market called the inferers, that's when they will use those models to make predictions and to drive business and drive decisions that are needed. So what's going to be the problems and what's going to be the issues with being able to do that? Next slide, please. So the challenges, in summary, it doesn't scale. So if you take conventional in-package memory that's used at the accelerator scale, conventional AI accelerators, so I'm talking about GPUs here mainly, they're typically unsuited to tomorrow's AI models. Given the details of how the accelerator is designed, it wasn't designed for very large scale machine learning, it was designed for something else. So it's not really optimally designed. Either the system or the chip is not necessarily optimally designed for tomorrow's models. So people end up working with particular model architectures which run very well on conventional hardware, but they're not the best model architecture. They don't give the best answer. They don't reach the highest accuracy. And probably most importantly, they're extremely expensive and inefficient to use. So people have to build very, very, very large clusters to be able to train these very, very large models, which can be very expensive. Access to the hardware is an issue for many. Access to the data is an issue, but not as much as what I'm hearing from people in the field. Not as much as access to the hardware is the single biggest issue that people have in being able to train those types of models. And finally, being able to program these kind of models is very hard and very time consuming. You need a team of very expensive and rare people with expensive and rare skills to be able to really efficiently train and put into production these kind of models. And that's the main issues that we think there's going to be in this shift to the new world. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of problems that need to be solved. One of the problems, as I said in the previous slide, is conventional accelerators. Conventional hardware isn't designed predominantly. It is not designed from the ground up to meet these kind of challenges. And so at Graphical, we believe that the solution that's needed to meet this new paradigm is going to need a chip designed from the ground up to handle efficiently irregular data. So the data is going to become irregular because instead of just dealing with text or dealing with tables or dealing with relational data, we're going to be dealing with videos and images and text and code bases. and a lot of other types of data. Perhaps we're dealing with sensors coming off a piece of industrial kit. Perhaps we're dealing with videos coming from an autonomous car. The data is going to become much more rich and much more multimodal, as we say, and you need a chip that can efficiently handle the irregularity associated with that. The memory hierarchy and the interconnect needs to be designed for cost performance at scale, because things at scale are going to get very expensive. And so the scale out and the way the memory is designed needs to be designed that it's not the expense won't scale with the parameter count effectively. And finally, this thing needs to be programmable. It's very expensive to hire a team of people who can program novel types of hardware from the ground up. So the programming model that's needed to do adaptation or pre-training of these kind of models needs to be very easy to use and look like conventional frameworks that are already in use to avoid the engineering cost of training up a team with a new programming paradigm. Next slide, please. So that's what we believe that we have built. The chip architecture is designed for tomorrow's models. And so to scale effectively, the models must evolve to different types of models. People talk a lot about sparsity, mixture of experts, rooted models. These are all model architectures which effectively are more efficient when you're talking about what do you do at scale when you have, 200 billion, if not a trillion parameters. To scale up brain scale, to scale to brain scale, models must fundamentally change the way they're built. They must fundamentally change to sparse structures. And we've built a chip that we believe will handle those effectively. So the chip is MIMD, multiple instruction, multiple data, which handles very well these irregular and multimodal architectures that we see are going to be used in the future. There's low precision because we believe that double precision is not needed for AI problems. We have random number generation because the problems are fundamentally stochastic in nature, and it needs very fast random number generation to be able to do the computations quickly. Next slide, please. Programmable. So something our CEO often says is that the hardware race will not be won on the hardware, it will be run on the software that's used to program it. There's little use in building a chip if you don't make it programmable, if data scientists and researchers and machine learning engineers cannot access and program the chip easily. So we have a rich ecosystem which is surrounding the chip. Many hardware vendors, people who are building these new generations of chips, they are looking to how can we integrate with standard frameworks. The standard frameworks are TensorFlow and PyTorch today. JAX, we're seeing quite a lot of JAX now, particularly in the research community. The people who are, early adopters are starting to ask us more and more about, can you support JAX, please? People are looking to the JAX ecosystem, perhaps as the future paradigm to be able to program and performance optimize these large models. And so this out-of-the-box capability for programming these chips is very important to us. It's very important to many other vendors in the space. The other thing that's important, however, is flexibility. So it's not possible today to just pick up a standard large model implementation and just run it on a chip, on a GPU, on an IPU, on anything. Still, there needs to be a lot of performance optimization. Still, there needs to be a lot of skilled people who are able to do that efficiently. There are not really standardized ways of efficiently running very large models today. And so product programming paradigms for any vendor in this space still need to be flexible. There are libraries which are emerging to be able to do this out of the box, but they're still quite immature, and there's quite a long way to go in having out of the box functionality for these kind of models. Next slide, please. Okay, and so good computer for large model. So this is a larger scale computer that we're building, which we believe is going to allow us to develop models up to brain scale, 500 trillion parameters. And just to give a teaser of our roadmap, that's on the hardware side. And then we believe we're working very hard on the standard frameworks to really push towards this out-of-the-box capability to just run adaptation, to be able to just run pre-training that we believe many customers are going to be desiring over the next 3 years. So, in conclusion, next slide, please. AI models of the future are going to become larger. They're going to become more complex, and possibly most importantly and most profoundly, they're going to become split between commercial entities rather than all owned by one entity. There's going to be an ecosystem emerging where some are going to be doing the pre-training, some are going to be doing the adaptation, and others will be doing the inference, the predictions for the model. Where do smaller enterprises fit in? They can make most of this shift by targeting fine-tuning workloads on top of pre-trained models which are provided by larger entities. So if I was CEO of a smaller enterprise company, which I'm not, but if I were, that's where I'll be looking. I would be looking towards what are the commercially available APIs and how can I get hold of these? How can I fine-tune them using my smaller custom proprietary data sets that I have available? That's what I would be counseling my data science teams to do. I would not be counseling them to try to build their own model from the ground up. I would be counseling them to adapt models built by others, because you get much, much, much more effective models and accurate models doing it that way. And we've built a solution that meets the challenges of this new paradigm. The chip, the memory hierarchy, and the system are designed to handle the irregular data and compute at scale. The programming framework is standardized, but still is flexible enough to be able to performance optimize these models at scale. And finally, the fine-tuning workloads we believe are going to be predominantly run in the cloud as opposed to on-prem. And so we have them available as a cloud-based offering for running these kind of workloads. And that is one last slide. That is me. Thank you very much for listening to my talk. You can contact me on the email address here. And Gamsa Hap Nida.
I thank you.
Thank you very much. So session number 5 was opened with the presentation of Ellie Dobson. So after the presentation, we would like to have a time with Mr. Kim Jin-young from GraphCore Korea and Mr. Kang Min-ju from Megazone Cloud. Previously, we had a technical issue in connecting Zoom, so I would like to ask for your generous understanding, and we would like to have a discussion with Mr. Kim Jin-young and Mr. Kang Min-ju from Megazone Cloud. Hello, everyone. My name is Park Woon-young from GraphCore, and Vice President Ellie explained the future required technology of AI and machine learning, and she also explained the company. And can you tell us the IP characteristics? Ellie explained very quickly, so we have enough time, so I will explain this. Up until now, when it comes to AI or machine learning, we use the graphic chips. Then the question is why we need to use the graphic chips for machine learning. It is because mainly there was no chip dedicated to AI or machine learning, and graphic chip has multiple cores. That's why we use the graphic chips. But there is a problem. If there are enough core, and are we using the graph cores enough? Nowadays, with the development of AI and machine learning, the first question is memory access time. Previously, graph chips can handle multiple memory, and it uses a lot of memory. And it is right next to the memory because it needs to handle a lot of memory. But when there was an access, it can handle multiple memory access, but it can not handle quickly. So on-chip memory is the fastest one. So the first one we would like to have is in-chip memory. Compared to out-chip memory, it has 50 times the faster speed. Inside the chip, we cannot have lots of memory. In the past, the memory was outside of the chip, so the capacity was 40 gig or 80 gig. However, in-process chip memory is only 1 gig. However, if we can speed up, we can also show right performance. Second, the cores need to access to the memory. But if they access to the memory at the same time, the memory cannot respond quickly. So the characteristics of the architecture we have is NIMBY architecture. So in the past, one order can be handled at once. So there was a bottleneck effect. But we can now have nimble architecture. So individual memory can handle individual process. So we can reduce the bottleneck effect. And the last characteristics, as you know, it may not be difficult to achieve hardware. However, programming is obviously very difficult. And having parallel memory is very difficult. So in order to support this, we wanted to have automatic parallel system. So we put the memory between the chips. So the users can use the previous language, and we also maximize the number of the parallel chips. The memory is inside a chip. Second, each core can separately handle the command. And third, software support is available. Thank you very much for your answer. It was a very simple question, but the answer was really long. Then, including Korean companies, many companies are now developing AI-dedicated chips. But GraphCore is now working in the market, so what are the competitors? As a matter of fact, this market is dominated by one company, as you know. The general users do not understand this, but including 40 startups, there are so many chip makers. But in reality, in the past, we measured the AI performance, and TPM was the criteria. When it comes to the machine learning, MFOP was emerged. So machine learning performance can be measured with this test. And up until now, there are only 4 available chips. The first one is the chip from the company N, and there is a TPU from company G, and from company I, there is an Avana chip, and our company's chip. There are so many chips, so many chip makers. However, there are only a handful of companies who can show the actual products. So commercially available chips that can replace the existing company is only the chip from our company. And with excellent technologies, I think we need to overcome the dominance of one company. Eventually, the users need to decide whether the chips are required or not. And there is one existing company that has lion's share of the market share. And then why they need to shift to your chips? When consumers select the chips, there is a very simple choice. If they purchase the car, there are 2 criteria, performance and price. And in machine learning and AI, these 2 criteria are applicable. So first, it should be fast. In training, we need to finish the training as soon as possible. As I mentioned before, the parallelization should be achieved and software should be supported. So there is a 20 times of performance difference. So the first criteria is speed, and second criteria is price. Depending on the service, when we design the AI and create a model, it should be provided as a service. And when we provide a service, the cost should be lower. And we can also enhance the efficiency. That is one of the characteristics we have in our chips. Thank you very much for the answer. So in the previous presentation, we can understand that IPU of Graph Core is different from the existing technology. The model ran on the GPU. Can it be applied directly to IPU? The answer is yes and no. Already in the market, for the last 10 or years, the models have been created based on the GPU. And NIMD architecture is compatible. So we can operate individually. So the answer is yes for that question. So in our chip, those models can be operable. But the question is the efficiency. These individual models can be operated individually. However, if we run them together, we cannot enhance the efficiency. So they will work on our chip. However, on our chip, there should be more micro-level parallelization. So there should be enhanced skill sets. And since we are late movers, so we need to provide the support for the optimization at the code level. So that's why my answer is yes and no. So the IPU of Graph Core, how the users can use this. Should we purchase this? And for the Korean consumers and Korean users, do you have any actual use case? First, on-premise and cloud model are both available. The conventional AI developers have been using Workstation. Based on that experience, you can use this on-premise. And if you have your own data center and if you cannot get your data out of your data center, then you can introduce this machine to your data center. However, if you allow the data to be out of your data center, you can use it on cloud. And if there is any requirement for large-scale training, the cloud can be utilized. So depending on your purpose and efficiency, you can select your optimized model. I'm not sure whether this question is suitable for you, but in Korea, you have met lots of developers. In Korea, what is the current situation of AI developers and machine learning developers, and what is the capability level? In large, we can separate the AI development capability. In the initial phase of introduction of AI, there should be the architecture development, and there have been lots of developers. But now AI service is being introduced in the field and services. So instead of developing the core architecture, the service development is more needed. And that's why developers are switching to the service development and they are focusing on it. Recently, they are focusing on the problem-solving skills. So instead of developing specific models, they are developing the operational models. Thank you very much. So in conclusion, AI is not doing itself. Rather, there should be the support from human being. If there is any customer who want to use AI in the development team, they need to enhance the capability for training. So what should they do? As I mentioned before, already many models have been developed. And many people use the existing model to train the model with their own data, and they are trying to solve their problems. So doing this manually every time is very difficult. So this should be standardized, regularized, and it should be optimized. You're a solution expert, so I would like to ask one concept. MLOps and DevOps, what is the differences? In the traditional development, DevOps concept has been established by combining the development and operation. So code will be created and it will be built and tested. That is the area for developers, and the operators will operate the developed code. So there are lots of workload for the operators. And in this process, we realized that there are many problems and many resources are required to handle this development and operation. So in order to simplify and enhance the efficiency of workload, that's why people created the DevOps concept. In order to develop the AI solution, similar concepts are required. For example, hyperparameter tuning and large-scale training are required, and it also needs a lot of computing and resources, and it also requires the patience of developers. That's why on a platform, in order to make it easier, we needed a method. That's why MLOps platform is now being developed. You just explained the MLOps platform, and it is developed by Megazone Cloud Lab. So on top of this MLOps platform, GPU, IPU, and various accelerators are supported. And aside from Megazone software, is there any other vendors that support multi-options? There are global vendors and Korean companies who are developing AI chips. But there are not many MLOps platforms that can support multi-chips. And specific accelerators does not show the best performance in specific environment. So that's why from the beginning, we designed the platform to support the multi-chips. And from the beginning, we worked together with GraphCore. That's why we provide the support for the IPU. We received the questions, so I would like to ask a question to you. There are two questions. There are users and participants who are wondering in Korea how we can use GraphCore IPU in Korea. Second, why did you select Gwangju? First, thank you very much for the question. As I mentioned before, in GraphCore Korea, I am providing support on-prem, and through our dealer, Megazone, we also provide support. And for the startups, we provide the POC, and we provide the free POC. And I would like to tell you why we came here in Gwangju and why we are interested in Gwangju. GraphCore is a UK company, and in Korea, when it comes to the global AI, we believe that Korea is the top 5 countries in the world. Of course, Gwangju City has a lot of interest, and many people have interest in Gwangju data center. As Ellie mentioned, many companies develop their own model and they have their own proprietary IP. However, with our data center in Gwangju, we would like to share this model, and we want to have a reference case in Gwangju so that we can share this together. And we have a plan to open an office in Gwangju, and we would like to support Gwangju so that it can become a leader in AI area. I think the time's up. There is a Hulk a statue, and right next to it, there is a 7 booth. If you have any questions or if you want to have a trial, please visit our booth. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Please join me in giving them a big round of applause. Without further ado, we will proceed into and move into the session 6. And the section 6 is about the ESG-based startups and ecosystem, and joined by CEO Yoon Seok-won of TestWorks and team leader Kim Young-jin from SK Telecommunications, Future R&D Tech Combinator, and CEO Kim Jung-tae from MI Social Company. And AI, data, and software testing expert TestWorks will deliver keynote speech, and SK Telecommunications and MI Social Company will participate in a panel discussion. Without further ado, I would like to invite CEO Yoon Seok-won from TestWorks for his keynote speech. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Seok-won from TestWorks, and I'm responsible for AI testing. Thank you very much for your time. And today, before this panel discussion on ESG, I would like to talk about the role and the model they have. First, I would like to introduce TestWorks. The TestWorks was established as a social venture in 2015, and as of 2021, there are 180 employees, and 50 people are vulnerable people, and we also work with 30 people with the disabilities. Nowadays, extraordinary lawyer Woo Young-woo is very popular, and I believe you are well aware of the autism spectrum, and they are also known as developmental disability. So for the AI development, we are working together with people with developmental disability. So this was the first job creation for the people with disabilities. And we received the prize from the Minister of Moti, and we also received the presidential prize, and in the AI data area, we also received the prize, a grand prize. So we are providing a referencing model for others. The business of TestWorks is not just artificial intelligence business. We would like to benefit the society. Recently, under the government leadership, AI data is now being created. And for the benefit of the society, we are focusing on good data collection. In particular, in order to ensure the mobility of people with a physical disability, we are collecting and compiling the data set, and we also create the data set for the people with audible disability, and we would like to have a good influence to the society. The philosophy of TestWorks is providing the second chance so that people with willingness can enjoy the opportunity and benefit the society. In the logo of TestWorks, as you can see, there is a half-open door. So this door means the second chance, And we work with career disconnected women, experts, and people with disability, as well as the youth, to create a new business model.
And next is about SK Telecommunication. And SK is one of the largest telecommunication service provider in Korea, and it needs no introduction. And it has R&D organization under umbrella of SK Telecommunication Service Provider, and it also has built partnership with startups and global startups as well, preparing for the future. In particular, going beyond the global telecommunication to service providers, they are securing IT capability by having partnership with partners. And SK Telecom is contributing to the co-growth of the startups, and via the True Innovation Project, they identify and promote and grow the startups. And recently, Tech Combination Program, which is Textworks is in part of, is transpiring, and also this creates a new opportunity for startups, and SK Telecom integrates new technologies to build a new business model contributing to the co-growth. And going beyond that, SK Telecom and Textworks have been collaborating in many sectors, and data set establishment projects are carried out by SK Telecommunication, and the established data set are data set for identifying the collapse or other abnormal behaviors, or other data set for training and education. So this data set is used for greater good. So actually, SK Group, the mother company of the SK Telecom, is now running the Social Value Research Institute to measure the social values by doing ESG, and it gives incentives in cash. And these cash incentives will allow us to quantify the social values that is not quantifiable with existing formula, and also with the social value input, it quantify the social value. And also, we received 1/3 of 500 million won in cash. And also, these incentives will be given to us from SK Group. So the realization of ESG social value is what unites SK Groups.
Last but not least, we would like to introduce the MISC. In 2011, MISC was established. It is the first social innovation consulting, accelerating, and impact investor. And it makes investment for social innovation. And more than any other organizations, it cherishes the social innovation and ESG. And recent 4 years, it accelerated more than 500 companies, and it is in line with the UN SDGs, and it is also contributing to the innovation in the industry. And MISC is not just in the IT industry, it is also in the tourism, environment, maritime, and sports. And for this, they have more than 50 experts. And among the top accelerators, MISC is top 3, and the operating asset is 940 million Korean won, and its capital is 280 million Korean won, and it is providing lots of investment. As you can see in the slide, there are so many elements, and it seems very complex. As a matter of fact, MISC is working to make investment in various areas, and it supports the growth of social innovators. And to make the world a better place to live, they are working very actively, and we can move on to the better world. Then now we would like to have a panel discussion. We would like to invite Mr. Yoon Seok-won from Testworks for the moderating of this session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, CEO Kim Jong-tae will be the moderator after this panel discussion. And before we go into the panel discussion, I would like to touch upon the agenda of panel discussion.
The topic of Splash is the artificial intelligence. So in terms of ESG, I would like to talk about the connection between AI and ESG. Actually, with artificial intelligence, when we trying to create a good society, you may heard of the concept of AI for good. This is a kind of new concept, but traditionally there was a concept such as tech for good. So this is a movement for the society in the technological sector. So in the ethical area, the human rights, healthcare, and in many other social area, environment and earth issue, in many areas, how we can take advantage of the artificial intelligence so that the next generation can enjoy a sustainable life. That was the beginning point of this movement. Today, we talked about various positive aspects of artificial intelligence, and we have the investors for artificial intelligence. So there are so many positive discussions, but due to the technological characteristics of artificial intelligence, it is close to technology and it is also monopoly technology. First, lots of data is now exclusive to some companies. When you think of Google or Facebook, the data we are generating now are stored in their servers, and with the various algorithms, they are creating impact to our lives. So when you access to the YouTube, you can access to the videos that is very sensitive, and they recommend the videos which is very sensitive to us. So data is exclusive to some companies, and as you know, in order to develop artificial intelligence service, it should be equipped with computing power and human resources in a large scale. The artificial intelligence industry, I'm wondering whether this is an area where startups can be successful, and many people are also questioning about this. And when you look at the characteristics of artificial intelligence, it is quite greedy. In this regard, in the process of introducing AI in our daily lives, how we can turn the negative aspect of AI into positive one, and how we can combine this AI into ESG. As I mentioned before, there are many negative aspects of artificial intelligence, so we need to go beyond that, and we also need to come up with alternatives so that we can create positive effect to the society. So one social venture company and one large enterprises would not be sufficient. There should be lots of stakeholders, and we need to put our heads together to create an impact in the society. So from MISC, we have Jong-tae Kim, and he will talk about why this is important. And from SK Telecom, we have a representative. Among other technologies, Edge technology or Safian, these technologies can be used for the technological democratization. So with these technologies, how can we identify alternatives so that artificial intelligence can be positive to the society? how we can ensure the sustainability of the AI ecosystem. That is the concern we need to think about today. So this collective cooperation will be discussed in the panel discussion. Then I would like to hand over the microphone to Mr. Kim.
Thank you very much, and please give him a big round of applause. So, and this is the last session, and we'll elaborate on the details of this session. And I am your moderator, and my company was introduced, and we are an accelerator and impact investor. We are MI Social Company and Testworks and SK Telecom send us representative, so we will have a interesting discussion. And actually there are trends of SK Telecom and what is the insight and the concerns that you would like to share with us. Is it okay? Yes. So please introduce yourself. Good afternoon. SK R&D Center is part of my belonging, and I am serving as a team leader for Tech Combinator team. I am Kim Young-jin, and the biggest role I play is to link external startups with internal technologies. So open innovation is a part of ESG contributing to society. So this is kind of declarative. However, the innovations in technology and its trend and ES-related technology and its direction for changes are inevitably interwoven. So, in the centralized, as the technologies and business are in a centralized manner, but however, the decentralized manner direction is what we are now seeing. So there are giant big tech industries have established infrastructure and own exclusively data. We are all, the same applies to us as well, but however, the new business model is created by startups. And actually, we are not able to mine a gold, and we would like to try and wear a mining tool and gene to be supplied, and this is what we have to play in the market, and this is what the trend is. And the decentralized energy system and decentralized AI by vertical and new business models are created by startups. And the biggest role that I played in here is that we try to cooperate with startups with innovative breakthroughs, and also these newly created business models are incorporated into our future business model. So actually BP in large corporation, actually BP is subcontractor. However, this kind of relationship is not mutually helpful to each other. So this is not helpful to create a synergy effect. We're actually on par with us. Startups can create their own ideas, and we try to provide this kind of playground. I think I should shorten mine. Thank you very much, and please give him a big round of applause. And actually, before I raise a question, I would like to summarize several things. AI development will bring about new world that we are aspiring for. So let me give you a quiz and pop quiz. Actually, there is a gloves, and when you use the gloves for these kind of, and also there is a world for women with career breaks, and the frequent usage of words will bring about impact, and also there is a cart, and this kind of words has a bias, or stroller has a kind of bias. So there is a venture companies to bring about changes in this bias. So is there any particular movement identified with these three words? Career woman, women with career breaks, the terminology or term. And actually, data bias is important issue and severe issue as well. But regrettably, the ethics of AI, when we talk about the ethics of AI, I think I might broaden the topic too far. But many people ask me whether AI, the ethic of AI should look like. And the AI or artificial intelligence and the words that we frequently use and our behaviors are reflected into AI, and this is used for learning. Then the dumbness, gloves, or women with career breaks or stroller or baby carriage have its own bias, and it also has negative connotation. So challenge per se and itself should be resolved, and we have to train and learn AI in an ethical manner without this certain bias. And actually, I believe such activities made by companies are very meaningful. And our unintentional usage of words or certain behaviors are areas where new technologies are coming into play, and also we can have a data for preventing this data bias. This will be very helpful.
Thank you very much. The examples I mentioned, the words, I believe that can be serving as a litmus or a barometer for the direction we would like to pursue. We call this as ESG. So in the environment and society, we can identify new business opportunities and what would be our future direction. In this sense, social ventures or ESG startups are emerging, and these companies are now exploring the area which has been uncharted. And for your information, the mitten is called as a thumb glove, and the nanny car is called as a car for the baby, and the women with the disconnected career is now replaced with people with disconnected career. And SK Telecom is now representing many companies all around the world in the venture market. 20% or a fifth of the market is dominated by the corporated venture capital. And when companies make investment, it is not just for the financial benefits. Now, 20% of the venture area is dominated by these companies. Why they are increasing this investment? It is because they can explore this ESG area, which is uncharted before. And social ventures or ESG startups are pioneers in this area. In this sense, I would like to ask several questions rapidly. In the past, large companies and startups work together frequently, and we talked that we need to work together between large enterprises and startups. But nowadays, we talk about the collaboration between large enterprises and startups again. Then, how it is different from the past discussion? So, I would like to ask for your opinion individually. I'm a practitioner, so I would like to tell you as a practitioner's perspective. In the past, we saw the social change and technological change, but the change was not that fast, so we were able to predict them. And we just can instruct the business partners what you need to do. But nowadays, we cannot predict the future, and there is no human resources, and we don't know what to do. However, there are faster startups in the market, so we would like to rely on them, and we would like to collaborate with them to create something new. So this collaboration is for the survival. We cannot hire them. So at the practical level and working level, this collaboration is definitely needed. So this is not something look cool. Rather, it is because it is important. Then we would like to learn the opinion from the social ventures. I believe there have been lots of changes from the past. Before my own business, I worked for large companies, and all the collaboration was led by the large companies. Now, there was a needs of large companies, and if they cannot find a solution internally, they thought that the venture companies as a subcontractor, and they also put pressure on startups. And even nowadays, there was specific relations between the large companies and startups. But nowadays, startups and social ventures take the initiative and identify the problems the large companies cannot address, and they even make a proposal to the large companies. And large companies also want to create a synergy effect with startups. When it comes to SK, as you know, President Choi Tae-won said that SK is pursuing social innovation. So in terms of ESG, I believe SK is providing lots of opportunities for social innovators, and the SK is very open to social innovation. I'm not saying this because of Mr. Kim here, but I would like to give a credit to SK Telecom. Mr. Kim, in the presentation, explained the SPC and social incentives. So SKT is now playing a pioneering role. Large companies cannot create the economic benefits or social impact alone. It realizes the reality, and now large companies want to work together to create a world where people can live better. I think it is very positive, and this healthy ecosystem is led by SKT.
And I would like to add one more comment. And actually, one thing comes to my mind, reads like this. Actually, many people and companies are trying to be good. However, companies are only pursuing their own profits. So without profits, then they are not able to continue for if they want to do their business for greater good. So, but however, this greater good, the activities for greater good, rewards with profits, and actually in the direction of AI and also technology, and they're in perspective of industrial transformation. Incumbent existing companies and startups have a better partnership. What is the rationale behind this? So actually the fundamental philosophy of AI and principles. So is there an insight gained from this, please? So I don't know about AI, but when it comes to energy, this area has my great interest. And the grand and mega trend for me is the decentralization. So centralization, we move away from centralization, from transmission and distribution and transformation. However, the system turns into a decentralized manner. So actually, this is one of the important keywords for energy transformation, and this kind of a new trend, decentralization. So from the perspective of decentralization, and there is a robust contact point between those startups and large corporations. And in reality, in case of Gwangju, AI-based or specific in the complex or city is what Gwangju City is aiming for, and Gwangju City makes a lot of investment in AI sector. For example, let's say we have to consider the nature of Gwangju industry and nature of the local environment. Then, given all of this, we are able to map out solutions, and also this is better equipped with better environment conducive to growth and promotion of social venture companies, and KEPCO and other public agencies, and SK Telecom and the Gwangju Metropolitan City and the central agencies are all partners for collaboration, thereby helping those kind of startups and social venture companies to overcome the social and environmental issues and thereby showing the business sustainability. Then this will lead to the creation of better environment and climate. And startups and social venture companies are small in size, but they are capable of solving issues that are not addressable by large corporations, and also the social startups are able to divide and conquer those issues that are not addressed by the practitioners on the ground. And if these benefits are shown in a rapid manner from the social ventures, then the social transformation and change and impact will be brought on by these in the startups. So this will definitely improve and enhance the local startup ecosystem. Thank you very much. And my second question is about 5 years ago, there is a large company's open innovation. And actually, working level workers share their concerns, which I feel relevant with, and the solutions that are provided by startups can reap benefits, and in conjunction with the project that the large corporations having carried out, then actually many companies might think they are not competitive, or many team workers think that their income is not, they are not deserving their income. So there is a good point for startups collaboration with their company, but after recognizing this, then this disrupts the fundamental principles of the large corporations. So the startups and social ventures are now forming a alliance or coalition with the large corporations, but this entails a garden variety of challenges. So my question is about, from the large corporation view, what can be the approaches to this, and what is the challenges behind this, and what is the activities to be made for overcoming these issues made by SKT? And also, you worked for Samsung Electronics, and you are now working for venture company. So is there any tips for you to get out of the wood, and is there any tips and recommendations? So you throw all hard questions, and these questions are hard to be answered. And as you mentioned, the questions you threw to me are in parallel with my concerns on the ground. So I linked the internal technologies with the competent startups externally. So I proposed a proposition internally. Then they said, "Oh, we are capable of doing this. So the thing that we only need is budget, more budget." And actually, to clarify my answer, as I mentioned before, the large corporations are not becoming flexible in increasing workforces because they are all on plan-based. So actually, we have to work and we have to create and implement projects. So collaboration with startups is inevitable from the management. So at a working level, actually, as you mentioned, you might think that working level officials or workers will be replaced with the greater collaboration of startups. But from the managerial point of view, the collaboration between the startups and large corporations is inevitable. And they are working hard to facilitate this collaboration. And also, our R&D Center is designed to promoting the startup with collaboration between startups and large corporations. And my responsibility is to persuade internal workers to have collaboration with startups. So this is a top-down approach. It is a slow but incremental approach. This is my answer, and thank you very much for your clear answer to the difficult question. And also, you pinpoint the gist of this session and you throw a good question to me. So I don't know my answers are sufficient to your answer, but your question, but when it comes to software venture, ESG activities are taking top-down approach, and this can be trickled down to the society, and I'm happy if there is a natural entrenchment of ESG activities between the social ventures and large corporations, but that requires several prerequisites. First, the competitiveness of a company. So from the ES point of view and its values, but all going beyond that, what kind of values can be offered to large corporations and its customers, and this should be ultimate. This should be on the list of priorities and concerns, and so we have to think of what kind of values to be offered to large corporations or their go-to partners. So without this identification, collaboration is hard. And what I would like to emphasize here is that competitiveness. So we do activities for better goods and we reach out to the large corporation, but this is not kind of backing. And also a few number of large corporations recognize this, and the social change is driven by skills, expertise, and uniqueness at the same time. Detailed solutions for social issues with execution abilities, and a perfect mixture of these are laying the fertile ground for greater cooperation between large startups and large enterprises and startups. And also, social startups should think about and give a serious thought to their competitiveness. So actually, cooperation between large companies and startups are not easy, but it will create a lot of values.
I mentioned the CVC. According to my data, there are 2,000 CVCs around the world, and they serve as investors because they want to find the source of new income, and they also need to find out new business models. And these CVCs see large companies not as a competitor, rather they see large companies as partners. That's why this collaboration is working well. And they also need to have the common goals. In the same market, they do not share the profits as a zero sum. Rather, they need to create something new. So with the common language and common purpose and goals, this visible target is very important. And SAP 500 companies think that 90% of their value is invisible and intangible. 10% is physical assets, such as factory and equipment, but 90% of the value is intangible. It means ESG in the environment, social, and governance, lots of values can be created. So ESG can be the common direction and common language. Of course, there have been many difficulties, but nowadays the collaboration is more heated. So I would like to ask a question about intangible assets. As I mentioned before, the TestWorks is now trying to monetize the intangible assets. And please tell us your work. I would like to share my personal experience. The TestWorks, the name of the company is very unique. Actually, it was just out of blue. I worked in Samsung Electronics, and before that, I also worked for Microsoft for a long time. And when I created my company, I wanted to utilize technologies so that we can create more positive influence. previously there was NGOs and there was donations. However, in a corporate manner, how we can address the problems, that was my concern. And fortunately, in the initial phase of my business, I met Mr. Kim, and he suggested me to hire the people with developmental disabilities. First, the he said that we need to just train them so that they can be hired by large companies. If you met Mr. Kim, you will understand that he is really brilliant. So under his instruction, I followed it. But eventually, the global company decided not to hire those people with developmental disabilities. So we decided to hire them, and we wanted to find the jobs or tasks that can be performed well by the people with the developmental disabilities. It is not just for helping them, rather, we wanted to find a job that can be really performed by them. And it is the AI-related jobs. In 2016, we wanted to use these people with developmental disabilities. I looked up and realized that people with developmental disabilities worked for the validation of data. So for the people with the disabilities, it is very difficult for us to allow them to work in SK Telecom. So we wanted to manage them in our company. So we identified the artificial intelligence data validation. And in order to ensure productivity, we designed the work and we also created the tools and the processes. So we are the number one in introducing this inclusive policy. This inclusive hiring policy is our first experiment. And using our technology, we would like to solve many social problems. As Mr. Kim Soo-duk said, there is a sign language data set, and in collaboration with SK Telecom, we also help the people with vision disability. So when they take a picture, the artificial intelligence explains the photo, and the data set is already publicly available, so you can download the data if you are interested in. So this is a data set we create for the social benefit. And recently, we created the platform called AI Works, and it is now trying to collect the public data that can address the problems of people with disabilities. For example, the data of bench in the street. So we are trying to open this data to the social ventures as well. Recently, we are emphasizing the creation of safer artificial intelligence. So validation is very important. So we are expanding our existing business into artificial intelligence, and we want to validate the data so that users can properly utilize this technology. Now we are launching a variety of services so that we can prevent the side effects of AI that can cost the life of human being. And we would like to contribute to the society. Sorry for the long answer. Please give him a big round of applause to him. So as you heard, the autism spectrum is the hurdle for the people to work in the artificial intelligence. However, the company enhanced the immersion, and the company is also enhancing social contributions, so it can contribute to the business benefit, business profit as well. And SK Group is now increasing its corporate value in many aspects, so please keep an eye on it. And recently, Testworks is considering about changing the name of the company. Actually, we have a platform called AI Works. So we are now considering changing of our corporate name. So please keep an eye on the company. In 2014, Lee Min-ah was the president, and I had a discussion with him. In social venture, in 10 years, all startups will become social ventures, so social venture will be the norm. And at the time, I didn't believe him. And he said that after 10 years from 2014, the social venture will be the norm. So social ventures will not be called as a social venture. And 10 years is now approaching, so we are witnessing them. And please give them a big round of applause. With this, we would like to conclude the session. Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause, Mr. Yoon, Mr. Kim, and Mr. Kim from MISC. Distinguished guest, thank you very much for being with us in this 2022 Global Investment Attraction Conference. I hope that all the sessions are meaningful for you, and I wish you a good vision and bright future. After the conclusion of the session, there will be a jazz concert on the stage. We look forward to your interest and enjoy the concert. My name is Chung Da-eun. Thank you very much for being with us.